Hello, everyone, and welcome back to True Crime with Kendall Rae. Thank you so much for joining me today. And if you are new, then welcome. So happy to have you. And be sure to click subscribe so that you never miss an upload from me. So guys, today's case is actually one that I had seen on Unsolved Mysteries, which I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with Unsolved Mysteries. It's a very popular show on Netflix, and I always really enjoy it. I think they do a great job of delivering ethical, helpful coverage. However, they are limited in their time, and I always like to do my own research on the cases that they cover because they often leave out quite a bit. So I've done quite a few episodes on my other podcast, Mile Higher, covering Unsolved Mysteries cases and then just going in, way deeper and bringing up a ton of points they miss or information that's missed. And again, no hate to them because I really think they do a great job. They, most of the time, I think all of the time, include families in their coverage, which I think is excellent. But yes, today we're going to be talking about a case that is just so shocking because it's hard to explain, but I think this case, I just don't understand how it wasn't solved. And when I say that, I mean, I think it should have been solved by now. It's so confusing. It makes no sense how someone was able to get away with this. But I still have hope that there will one day be justice for these two victims. And I really think they are on the edge of potentially getting this case solved. They just need, more people to know about it, more push, hopefully someone to come forward with that tip that just, sends them over the edge towards justice. We're going to be talking about the unsolved murders of Carnell, Sledge, and Kate Brown. As of right now, their families are really calling for more coverage. They really need more people to know about this case. And up until recently, when it was covered on Unsolved Mysteries, it was not a very well-known case. The reality is Carnell and Kate's families have now gone over 5.5 years without answers, and that desperately needs to change. And let me tell you, these two were wonderful people, and that's another reason why this doesn't make any sense. There's really, as far as I understand, no one in their lives that would stand out, like no reason that they should have been targeted. And without getting too ahead of myself, I personally believe there was a good chance that this was a hate crime, just that random act of violence fueled by hate, but I don't for sure know that. That's just kind of what my gut's telling me, but I'm curious to see what you guys all think. I want to go ahead and jump in. So let me start out by telling you more about Kate. Kate's full name is Catherine Colby Brown. She was born on October 12th, 1985 in Olmsted, Ohio, which is just west of Cleveland, to her loving parents, Kim and Tom. She had one big sister, Lauren, and one little sister, Alex, and she definitely took that role of middle sister very seriously. With her older sister, Kate was always following her around, doing the normal younger sister thing, getting involved in similar interests. And with her younger sister, she really played the role of protective big sister, always looking out for her no matter what. Now, Kate is described as someone who was incredibly lighthearted, very carefree, and also described as a little weird, but weird in a good way. You know what I mean. She was goofy and she had this infectious smile, and many of her loved ones say that she just had a heart of gold. And I also learned that Kate was really one of those people who could become friends with anyone, like strike up a conversation with a stranger. She was very open-minded to people. She could have been someone that you just met in a casual way, and soon you would feel like you were her friend. And I think that's because she was someone who always saw the best in people, and also she was just very loyal to the people that she loved. Now, Kate also loved yoga, exercising, listening to music. She loved the Cleveland Browns. She loved volleyball, but above all else, her greatest love was really her family, especially her niece and her nephews. To them, she was really the fun aunt. She was always there for them, very involved in their lives, and they called her Aunt TT, which I loved because my daughter also calls my sister TT as well, and I know that's a very common name for aunt for many people. They say that she always gave them, the best birthday gifts, Christmas gifts, all of that was just very active in their lives. Now, for the last 7 years before she was murdered, she was working for a company that sourced jewelry to sell on eBay, and she was living in Fairview Park, which is just west of Cleveland. And around the time of her murder, she was in the best physical and mental place of her life. For several years there, Kate had really struggled with anxiety and depression, which is something I know so many of you out there can relate to. And she was really coping by using alcohol, which is also very common. That being said, though, she had finally reached this place in her life where she knew she needed to get better. And in 2017, she completely changed her life around, completely cut out alcohol. And by 2019, she really became the healthiest possible version of herself. She had lost 100 pounds, like I said, got sober, and was just in a really great place in life. She made exercising a priority, was eating healthier, and feeling better and more confident than ever. But she's not the only person today that I'm going to be talking about that was absolutely crushing it in life. Carnell, the other victim of the park bench murders, as they are known, is also someone who was just doing amazing things with his life at a young age. And he's just so impressive and inspiring to me. He was absolutely crushing it in all aspects of his life. His full name was Carnell Edward Sledge. He was born on April 3rd, 1979 to his parents Darlene and Carl, and was raised in Bedford, Ohio, which is just southeast of Cleveland, and he had one younger brother named Terrence. And just like Kate, Carnell, who also went by Nell most of the time, was an incredible sibling to his brother. He was always a good role model for him and got him involved in sports so that they would always have things to do together. And being in this, role model leadership sort of position was a big part of his life, even outside of his younger brother. From a very young age, he really always took an interest in helping others and loved to involve younger children in the community in activities such as just playing catch or playing basketball, really any sort of outdoor activity. Leadership seemed to just really come natural to him, and it was a big part of who he was. That side of him really shaped a lot of his adult life. For his career, Nell worked as an audio-visual technician for a company called Crescent Digital, but he also dedicated a lot of his time to volunteering. From 2013 to 2018, he worked with special education students in the Westlake School District and also volunteered at Applewood Centers, which is a nonprofit that provides mental health services to children and young adults. Nell also volunteered with Empower Sports, which is another nonprofit that seeks to enrich the lives of young athletes through sports while promoting kindness, character, and relationships. And I think of all the things he should be remembered for, one of the biggest should be his dedication to volunteering and helping children. A lot of the kids that he worked with called him Coach Sledge, and to this day, they still talk about him. They speak so highly of him. I mean, he was truly beloved by those children, and he really just made such a big impact on their lives. And I think that's just because he had a really special and unique ability to really connect with younger kids and to really make them feel special and heard and important. And he was so patient and kind. And for him to have made such a lasting impact on their lives, I think just tells you everything you need to know about him. And I think another reason why he was really able to connect with them so much is because he was kind of like a big kid himself. He loved to be goofy and to have fun and just play. And, that's rare in adults these days. His mom, Darlene, said that he was also just not the type of person to get rattled. He was really, really relaxed and level-headed, which is a quality I'm sure served him well in all areas of his life. So I'm sure a lot of you are wondering how Kate and Carnell knew each other and how they became involved in each other's lives. More than a decade before their deaths, Kate and Nell met one night downtown in Cleveland after actually physically bumping into one another at a bar. And the rest is history. They were just good friends ever since that day. Nell has been described as sort of a big brother role to Kate because he was 7 years older, but they truly made an impact on one another's life. And it was really a friendship that was based in support. If one of them ever needed something, the other wouldn't hesitate to drop everything they were doing and just be there for them, no matter what it was. And like I said, that was true for over a decade. Now, I will say it was one of those friendships that sort of ebbed and flowed. And I mean, most of us have friendships like this where sometimes they would go months without seeing each other, not for any particular reason. I mean, adult life is just busy, but when they would reconnect, it was like no time had passed. And like I said, if one of them ever called the other needing something, the other would drop everything to be there for them. And that was exactly what happened on June 4th, 2019. But that day ended in a way that no one could have imagined. That evening, around 5:19 p.m., a couple named Tony and Caitlin Vaca had driven into the Rocky River Reservation, which is a part of the Cleveland Metro Parks, with the intention of going kayaking. Now, the Metro Parks is this very vast system of nature preserves, including 18 reservations, which surround the city of Cleveland. It's unofficially referred to as the Emerald Necklace, and it's essentially this network of parks that spans hundreds of miles, where people can often be found walking, jogging, biking, and just enjoying nature. I've never been there myself, but from the pictures and videos I've seen, it looks absolutely stunning. And on June 4th, 2019, Tony and Caitlin went there with the intention of kayaking. But when they pulled their car into a small parking lot just off of Lorraine Avenue Bridge and Valley Parkway, they stumbled upon what appeared to be a man's body. So Tony was the first to approach him, and when he first saw him, he thought maybe this was someone who had fallen and just gotten injured, maybe needed help getting up, needed some assistance. But when he got closer, he realized that the situation was much, much worse than he thought. Not only could he see that this man had been shot and was no longer moving, but then just a few feet in front of him, there was a body of a woman lying face down, partially in the water and partially on land. And it looked to him immediately that both victims had been shot very recently and that neither of them were alive. So obviously, Tony is panicked. He yells over to Caitlin, tells her to call 911, and that's exactly what she did. And here's the audio from that call.
Cleveland Metro Parks Police, this is Carla.
Hi, I'm on Valley Parkway, and there's two bodies here.
And it looks like there's two bodies that were shot. Both these people are definitely dead.
And within minutes of that 911 call being placed, the Metro Parks Police showed up and began to process the area for evidence. And depending on what coverage you consume on this case, you will get a different idea about how this investigation was initially conducted. And when I first watched the Unsolved Mystery episode, I mean, there was definitely some criticism aimed at law enforcement in that, but it was sort of on the lighter side. And when I dug a little bit deeper, I realized it wasn't, I don't know, it's tough. In my opinion, the police work on this case and the support of the family hasn't been exactly stellar. It hasn't been horrible. But at first, I really thought they were giving it their all, and that really doesn't seem to be the case the more I dug in. Again, definitely not the worst I've seen, but definitely not something you could consider stellar, in my opinion. So let me just explain how all of that went down, and then I think you guys will understand better what I'm trying to say. So when responding officers arrived at the scene, they observed the same thing that Tony and Caitlin saw, which was an adult black male lying face down on the grass beside a park bench, along with an adult white female about 6 feet in front of him, but she was lying face down partially in the water. And at first, they weren't exactly sure what happened, of course. They thought, maybe this was a murder-suicide, or obviously it could have been a double homicide. So the first thing they started to do was look for a weapon. But when a weapon wasn't located, it became clear that this was, in fact, a double homicide. And I guess in my opinion, because this was such a busy park, very public, tons of people going by, walking by, riding their bikes through, as this was all happening, I believe that this should have been immediately treated as a crime scene, and it just wasn't. I guess I just don't see the harm in treating this as if it's a worst case scenario and then, backtracking if needed. But instead, precious time went by where people were able to continue walking, biking through the area, potentially contaminating the crime scene, and also allowing potential suspects to get away. Now, in one source, I learned that the area was taped off and that the roads were shut down within 17 minutes, but another report said that it took up to 45 minutes. But either way, those, in my opinion, are both a significant amount of time. But anyway, regardless of the time it took, here's what they learned right off the bat. When Metro Parks detectives began to process the scene, they found a total of 3 shell casings. And this was a match to the number of bullet wounds that they found on the victims. And this was later confirmed by an autopsy, but Nell had been shot 2 times in the back of the head, and Kate had been shot once in the same place. So very brutal, obviously execution style, and just shocking. But these shell casings provided more information than just the number of shots fired. For starters, it was determined that these casings were from a small weapon and that the gun was fired in close range. And I think this is pretty common knowledge, but when you fire a gun, those casings are going to fall pretty close to where the shooter is standing. And they were found in close proximity to the bodies, which tells us that the shooter was pretty close to the victims when they fired the weapon. But here's the thing. Firearm murders can be a lot more difficult to solve because oftentimes there's no trace evidence left behind. And because they couldn't trace these casings back to a specific person's firearm, it made things a whole lot more difficult. They also found blood on the back of the park bench, and it was Nell's blood, which told them that he had likely been shot from behind while he was still sitting down. And while this isn't necessarily 100% confirmed, the placement of their bodies really says a lot when it comes to what people think could have happened. Considering Nell was still near the park bench when he was found, it's believed that he was shot first in the back of his head. And then when Kate got off the bench to try and run away, her killer managed to shoot her a single time, also in the back of the head. And because she was found a few feet in front of Nell and partially in the water, it's believed that she must have tried to run forward to get away. And if you're watching this episode, you can see that the water is literally right there, like right in front of the bench. It's then believed that Nell was shot a second time in the back of the head. And maybe that's just because the first shot didn't kill him, although we're not 100% certain. I will say, of course, it is possible that Nell was shot twice before Kate was even shot, but considering she didn't get that far away from the first shot being fired, although it happens fast, many people believe that Nell was shot first, then Kate tried to run, she was shot, and then the killer went back and shot Nell a second time. However, no one knows exactly how it happened. But really, the order doesn't matter too much. What really matters is that two innocent people, two genuinely good souls, were murdered in broad daylight, and their killer needs to be brought to justice. But after detectives looked at the crime scene itself and the condition of the bodies, they turned to the parking lot to see if maybe they could find any potential suspects, learn any more information, or more information about the victims. And it turns out that both Kate and Nell's cars were parked in the lot. And for those of you who aren't watching this episode, I do want to specify that this wasn't some big parking lot. It's more of like a small turnoff on the road with just a space for a couple of cars. But anyway, detectives ran their license plates, of course, and that's how they made the identification on who the victims actually were. But here's what was immediately strange. Nothing in their cars had been stolen. The cars themselves hadn't been stolen, so this clearly wasn't any type of robbery. I mean, both victims' phones, wallets, and keys were either in their cars or still in their pockets. So the idea that this could have been a robbery gone wrong is, of course, not completely out of the question, but seems very unlikely. Kate and Nell's bodies were sent to Cuyahoga County Medical Examiner's office that day. And meanwhile, in the early morning hours of June 5th, their families were being notified with the worst news you could ever possibly get as a parent. And keep in mind, by this point, detectives themselves didn't know if or how these victims knew each other. So around 2 o'clock in the morning, Carl Sledge, Nell's dad, got a knock at his front door, and he never could have imagined the news that he was about to receive. Darlene, his mother, had been asleep, so he went and woke her up. And honestly, at first, they thought the detectives had gotten the wrong person. They just could not have imagined this could be their son, Nell, who was dead. And when they first started going over everything with them, the first thing that they did was actually show them a picture of Kate to see if they knew her, and they actually didn't. And then they brought out a picture of Nell, and as you can imagine, it was just the most earth-shattering moment that they could have ever gone through. Darlene said that once she got the news and saw the picture of him, she got up from the table and just went into her room and cried for hours in just horrific pain and confusion as well. She just did not understand how this could have happened to her son. And truth be told, they really weren't given a lot of information other than that Nell had been shot and that they didn't believe it was related to any kind of robbery. And then Kate's family said that they got even less information. Detectives came to their house around 3 a.m. and her dad, Tim, said that at first he thought he misheard them when they said that Kate was dead. He was just, totally shocked, couldn't wrap his mind around that. And I guess all they really said was that Kate was deceased, that she was found in a park, and something about a gun. So at first, for the first couple of hours, they believed that she had taken her own life in this park. And they didn't even know about Nell at this point. They didn't really get many details. I mean, I'm sure it was a whirlwind, so who knows if, things were missed or anything like that. But they were just completely shocked, confused. I mean, this made no sense to them. And it wasn't until the next day when they realized that she hadn't taken her own life. They saw it reported on the news that Kate had been killed and that Nell was also with her and had been killed as well. And even though Nell's family didn't know Kate, Kate's family knew Nell. They knew that the two of them had been friends for over a decade and how closely they had supported one another over the years. And Nell's mom just explained it that he was a little more private, that he had a lot of friendships that they didn't know about. He kind of just did his own thing. So it wasn't a shock to them that he had this, decade-long friendship with her and they had no idea. But either way, at this point, both families had been clued into what actually happened. And I don't think words can even articulate the devastation they were feeling. So the following day, June 6th, a press conference was held where some, but not a whole lot of information was shared.
On June 4th, 2019, at approximately 5:22 p.m., the Cleveland Metroparks Police received a report of 2 deceased individuals in the Rocky River Reservation. Responding officers located Carnell Sledge, a 40-year-old male, and Catherine Brown, a 33-year-old female, north of the Lorraine Road Bridge, east of Valley Parkway. Cleveland Metro Parks Detective Bureau is leading the homicide investigation and has received support from the Bureau of Criminal Investigations as well as the Cuyahoga County Medical Examiner's Office. Currently, we believe this to be an isolated incident, and overall, the safety of the parks is not in question. Our thoughts are with the victims' families, and we will work as hard as possible to conduct a thorough investigation to bring justice for the families of Catherine Brown and Carnell Sledge. Anyone with information is urged to call Crime Stoppers of Cuyahoga County at 216-252-7463. Again, that number is 216-252-7463.
I wanted to release the causes of death for the 2 individuals that the chief mentioned. Ms. Brown died of a gunshot wound to the head, and Mr. Sledge died of gunshot wounds to the head. Both of the manners of death were homicide. And as the chief said, and I can confirm, our preliminary investigation reveals nothing other than this looks like an isolated incident. And we would join the Metro Parks Rangers in offering our condolences to the Brown and Sledge family. Oh, I'm sorry. And we will be releasing a paper notification of the causes of death later this morning.
So, of course, in the early days of the investigation, they decided to do a deep dive into both of their lives to see if there was, anything glaringly obvious that could point to who could have possibly done this, especially considering it really didn't look to be a robbery gone wrong. They thought maybe there was someone in one of their lives, or maybe someone that they both knew, who could have been responsible. But as they looked more into their lives, it really didn't seem like that was the case either. I mean, neither of them had any debts or any enemies or something they did that pissed another person off. As far as they could tell, there was no one in either of their lives that would obviously want to do something like this. So their next step was to look into their lives leading up to their murders, especially that day. And specifically, why were the two of them meeting up? Now, that is really the million-dollar question here that no one has been able to answer to this day. Nobody knows why they chose to meet up that day. We do have a little bit of context, but not an actual reason. So let's get into that. Now, like I mentioned earlier, Kate was living in an apartment in Fairview Park, which was only about 2 miles from the bench where she and Nell were both killed. I also said that she had lost 100 pounds recently and was really prioritizing her physical and mental health. And the Rocky River Reservation was actually where she found a lot of peace and healing. She would go on walks there, meet up with her mom to play cards and walk with her too, and she just loved the area and went there almost every day. So she was very familiar with and really loved the place where she was murdered, which is just heartbreaking to think about. It was truly a safe place for her where she, just was able to gather solitude and work on her fitness. And it was a big part of her health and healing journey. So the fact that she and Nell had chose to meet up there that day really wasn't out of left field at all. And using surveillance footage and cell phone data, detectives were able to put together a rough timeline for that day. According to data, Kate had arrived home to her apartment and then signed into her apartment complex's gym at 3:38. And then at 4:02, she received a text from Nell asking if she wanted to meet up. She then called him at 4:10, and they proceeded to talk on the phone for about 10 minutes. Now, unfortunately, investigators can't actually listen to this call, but from context clues, detectives think that they were probably talking about where they were going to meet up because there were no texts specifically saying, let's go meet at the park or anything like that. But anyways, Carnell had left work at 4:24 p.m., and then at 4:31 p.m., Kate signed out of her gym. And then the next thing we know is that at 5:01 p.m., Kate's gray Toyota is seen on a police cruiser's dash cam driving into the park, followed by Nell's red Mazda, which is seen 2 minutes later, captured by that same camera. And because of how close that police cruiser was parked in relation to the bench, it's believed they arrived in that parking lot around 5:04 p.m. They then believe they got out of their cars and sat down on that park bench together. Then there's one final timestamp, which is at 5:08 p.m., and it was when Kate had unlocked her phone for the last time, which actually ended up being a really important piece of data because if you remember, Caitlin and Tony had arrived at 5:19, which essentially leaves an 11-minute window from when they arrived at the park to when they were killed. So a very short amount of time. And to bring this full circle, remember how earlier I was sort of calling into question how quickly detectives had shut down the streets and began processing the crime scene? Well, it seemed to have been even more casual than I thought. In an article from Cleve's Scene News, it's reported that Caitlin described feeling like investigators handled the crime scene poorly. She said that she thought it was all done very casually and that many people were just allowed to leave. I guess there was a guy walking his dog right through the area, and there was just no concern that he may be contaminating the scene. She also thought it was weird that they didn't close down the road right away, and that the investigators seemed to touch their bodies very quickly. And this is the same article that says it took them 45 minutes before shutting down the road, which is a long time if you ask me. And her husband, Tony, said to him it felt like they were treating this like a stolen package situation, not like two people had just been murdered. But here's the craziest part of all of it that I haven't gotten to yet. It turns out that there was a man sitting in his truck in the same parking lot while the murders took place. This guy who worked as a roofer was actually parked 125 feet from that bench and was in eyeshot of it all happening. However, he claims he didn't see or hear anything. He told detectives that he actually did see both Kate and Nell drive up to the area and that he was just sitting in his car writing work orders on his laptop when it actually happened. And according to detectives, this is confirmed. He willingly gave them his laptop, and the data shows that he was using it in that window of time where they believed the victims were murdered. Now, there is definitely a lot of speculation, a lot of questioning around this guy. People think it's very strange that he didn't hear this happening. However, there are a couple of explanations about how he could not have heard the shots being fired. For one, a small caliber weapon is just not as loud as other guns, which, you'd still think it would possibly be loud enough where he would have heard it. I mean, I'm not an expert in guns by any means, but it's not like it's silent. However, and detectives believe this, and this makes the most sense to me, the killer probably, could have been, I think it's pretty likely, using a silencer. That would have suppressed the sound a lot to the point where you can barely hear it, even if you're pretty close up. But from 125 feet, you probably would not hear it at all. And then you got to think about the fact that maybe his job as a roofer played a role in things. He's very used to hearing loud sounds. Is it possible that he did hear something and it just didn't register? I don't know. I'm just trying to make sense of it because the data on his laptop shows that he was working on the laptop when the murders occurred. So it just couldn't have been him. I guess you can never say never. It just seems very unlikely with the information we do have. I do wish I had more information to share about this person. This is all that has been reported because I'm sure a lot of you have questions about him. But as far as I know, he's completely cleared. But he was the first person who was considered a person of interest in the case, but he was not the last. There are actually a handful of other people that detectives looked into, so let's go over those. First of all, the exes. So in the beginning, Kate's family had some questions about Nell's ex-girlfriend. Now, she and Nell met online about a year before he was killed, and they dated for about 6 months, but they broke up when they realized that they were just better off as friends. But I guess the two of them had recently decided that they were going to give the relationship another chance. In fact, they were texting just hours before Nell was murdered. And then basically, Kate's family feels that her reaction to Nell's death was over the top. They felt like it was performative, but detectives did end up conclusively ruling her out. Not only was her gun not a match to the weapon used to kill Nell and Kate, but she also had a rock-solid alibi. So her being a possibility, off the table. And then there's Kate's ex. Apparently, Kate and her ex-boyfriend had dated years ago, but it definitely was not a healthy relationship by any means. It ended up being really toxic. But recently, I guess Kate had been seeing him secretly. And it turns out that the two of them had hung out the night before her murder. Police checked security cameras at her apartment and saw him coming and leaving that night. And the thinking was, maybe they had gotten into a fight and he decided to kill her because of it. And another thing, kind of on that same note, is not long before they were killed, Kate had actually told one of her sisters that Nell told her that he thought the two of them would end up together one day. Now, to my knowledge, and of course, no one truly knows, but it is believed that nothing ever happened between them, like nothing romantically, that their relationship was purely a friendship, as far as everyone knows. But according to her sister, that is something that Nell had told her. And going back to the ex-boyfriend as a possible suspect, they thought, maybe Kate had told him something similar or told him something else about Nell, and that he became angry about it and wanted to seek revenge. Maybe the two of them were talking about getting together. I mean, no one knows. And so it seemed like he could have been a potential suspect. But once again, just like Nell's ex, he had a solid alibi and was ruled out. And again, just to reiterate, there is no proof that there was any type of argument between the two of them. It's purely just a theory. But then there is this guy from Tinder. And this is actually really freaky, but I guess the Friday night before Kate was murdered, she had gone on a date with this guy that she met on Tinder. And it did not go well, to say the least. I mean, she was totally creeped out by this guy. He just gave her bad vibes. She actually said that his eyes were black. I don't know what that means, or if maybe that was just a metaphor. I don't know if they were actually black or anything, but overall, she was like, this isn't it. And it was not a match, to say the least. And luckily, she had good instincts and left that date early. And then I'm assuming it was like the next day or something, she ended up finding out that this guy murdered someone. She texted her sister saying that he told her that he had stabbed someone because this dude pulled a knife on him. So of course, investigators were like, the hell's going on here? Maybe this is our guy, but they looked into him further and he had an alibi that was totally verifiable. So again, he was ruled out as well. They were able to confirm that he was in Southern Ohio, not even remotely close to where she was killed. And as you can only imagine, not knowing who did this was just eating away at these families. And then the other thing that was just really eating away at them is wondering why the two of them had met up. I mean, obviously, they're friends. They have been for a decade, and they could have just chosen to meet up to catch up. But their families were wondering if there was more to the reason why they decided to meet up that day. And to this day, nobody knows why. And just as a reminder, their text messages only talked about when they were meeting up and like the logistics of it. They didn't talk about why at all. They had that phone call. And unfortunately, there's no data from the phone call, so we don't know what they talked about. It's assumed that they were probably speaking about why they were meeting up on the call, but nobody knows why. And that's just really the biggest question here. Nell's parents say they don't know what was so important that he would have asked to see her that day, because at 5 p.m. that evening, he was actually supposed to be at his grandma's house for a family dinner that he had planned. Family dinner is just something that they did a lot. They were all super close, and like I said, that one for June 4th happened to be Nell's idea. And if he was going to be late or miss it for any reason, they just know he would have texted or called. That's just the type of guy he was. So they can't understand why he would have driven to the park which was in the opposite direction of his grandma's house. So in their minds, they're thinking it must have been something important if he wanted to meet up with her that day, kind of last minute when he had these plans that evening at 5 o'clock, which were important to him. So what was it that was so important? Now, one of Kate's sisters wonders if maybe he wanted to talk to her about being more than friends, but again, we just don't have any information to confirm or deny that. And obviously, the bigger question is, what would any of that have to do with them being murdered? Or does it have anything to do with them being murdered? Which brings me to the theories in this case. Now, there are a few main theories to go over, and with the little information that has been made available to the public, it's really hard to know which of these hold more weight. But I'll go over each one of them, and maybe you guys can tell me what you think. And to start off, let's go back to the idea of a robbery gone wrong. Now, I know I've already spoken about this. I wanted to bring it up just once more to keep it in your minds. It's possible that this was a robbery gone wrong. It seems very unlikely considering nothing was taken, but there's always that possibility that the perpetrator, had killed them, was planning on robbing them afterwards, but then someone walked by or something happened where they got spooked and they took off. Again, to me, it is very, very unlikely, and I'm sure most of you would agree. And I know investigators definitely agree. But something that is more likely, and in my opinion, this is what I believe happened, and I think most people feel this way, that this was a random attack and that it quite possibly could have been a hate crime. As we all know, we unfortunately share this planet with a lot of very hateful, evil, and racist people. And it would not shock me if someone had come across a Black man and a white woman, didn't like that, and they killed them for that reason alone. I think it's for sure in the realm of possibility. Again, in my opinion, this is what I lean towards the most. I think a disgusting, hateful person could have saw these two and just murdered them as a result of their prejudice. And let's just look at the data that backs this theory up. The FBI Hate Crime Statistic Program reported a rise in hate crimes nationwide in 2019 when these murders occurred, and 57.6 of these crimes were race, ethnicity, or ancestry related. And that's just on the hate crimes that were reported. So it's higher than that. Not to mention that in 2019, Cleveland had 30 hate groups reportedly operating in that area, which is hard to even wrap your mind around. So yeah, the theory that this could have been a hate crime to me totally checks out. And it's something that is not lost on either of their families. People have also speculated on whether or not this could have been gang related. However, investigators don't feel that this is as likely of a theory. Typically, gangs are going to go after other gang members, and neither Kate or Nell were in a gang. So that theory, falls a little flat. Definitely not out of the realm of possibility, but again, very unlikely. One thing that I will say though is that in summer of 2019, after Nell and Kate were murdered, there were 2 other violent encounters that were reported in the Rocky River Reservation. In late July, a woman reported that she was robbed at gunpoint by 2 men, one of which was wearing a ski mask. Then just one day later, a park employee and his mom were driving when they were flagged down by a driver on the side of the road in the park. He said that when they pulled over, though, he thought he saw someone in the passenger seat of the vehicle holding a gun. Not completely sure, but that's what he thought he saw. So luckily, he sped off before anything could have happened. And at first, the FBI and the Metro Parks police said that they were considering these as possibly being connected to the case. However, not long after that, they basically said, never mind, they weren't related. We don't have a lot of information as to why they think that, but that's what they said. And then, of course, another big theory in this case is that one or both of the victims were targeted specifically. I know I mentioned earlier that detectives didn't find anything or anyone in their lives other than the people that had already been ruled out that suggested this to be the case, but it definitely doesn't rule it out. And we all know that statistically, you are more likely to be murdered by someone you know than someone you don't. But what's hard about this theory is that neither family believes that their loved one was the person who was targeted. And in the Unsolved Mysteries episode, when they're both being interviewed, both families, people in their families suggest that they believe it was the other person who was targeted. Like, people in Nell's family believe that Kate was targeted and that it was someone in her life or something going on in her life. And Kate's family believes the opposite, that it was possibly someone in Nell's life and that he was the one who was targeted. So it's a difficult situation. And as far as I know, as far as what's been reported, neither family has like an exact situation that they can point to or an exact theory like X happened and therefore that may have led to Y, or you know what I mean? So really there's nothing solid to back up that theory at all. But again, people have, situations in their lives that they don't tell their family about, or people in their lives that their families don't know about. So you can't rule it out as a possibility. Some have speculated that since Nell was shot twice, that maybe he was the target. But I think you could just as easily argue that he was shot twice because maybe the first shot didn't kill him right away. Or you could consider that maybe he was shot twice because this was a hate crime and it was somebody racist who had more aggression towards him. And honestly, I haven't seen anyone else report that, but that's just something that I was kind of thinking about. But I feel like overall, it's just really hard to form any opinion because there's just so little to go on. And here's the crazy thing, and this was actually kept under wraps at first, but back in 2019, a person wrote an anonymous letter to the Fox 8 team claiming to know who the killer was. They said that it was a woman who had gotten into some type of argument with Nell and then just started shooting. Now, I actually was able to find this very blurry screenshot of this letter, so I'm going to do my best to read what I think it says, but just keep in mind that I'm not totally sure. Here's my best guess from what I can tell. I have seen the news reports that the killer or killers of Carnell, Sledge, and Kate Brown haven't been found. No suspects. Their killer was a woman. I don't know how she knew them or why she happened to be there that day. She parked out of sight and walked to the bench where Carnell was sitting. Kate had walked closer to the water's edge to look at something. To best describe the woman is to take Reba McEntire from The Reba Show. She best fits the description of the woman. And then it cuts off and picks back up at, away from the bench, not my business, by were the two talking marriage? Don't believe this was the motive. I hit a snag. I thought I had a name, but who said the name wasn't Carnell or Kate? It was a white man sitting on the bench with sandy brown hair and glasses like Drew Carey. He was looking behind the bench at a woman and he said, "For God's sake, Amy, put the gun down." Now, obviously, this letter is a little incoherent to say the least, but it's still important nonetheless. Fox 8 says that they immediately turned it over to the FBI when they got it, but it wasn't until 2021 that the FBI came out asking for the writer to come forward and provide information. So I'm not sure why it took them so long to ask for that. But here's what's frustrating. It turns out this person did come forward and they were not an actual witness. It was someone who said they had a vision. A "that's so Raven" moment, you could say. So obviously that was a dead end, which is really frustrating. But I also wanted to bring up something that Kate's family has said, which I completely agree with. And that is that they believe whoever committed these murders really knew what they were doing. Because if you think about the crime scene and their injuries, they were shot 3 times in total between the two of them. And of course, there were only 3 shell casings found at the scene, which means that this person did not fire off the gun more than that, as far as we know, unless other shell casings were removed. Unlikely though, right? So it seems like this person had experience with guns. And even though it seems that they were shot in close range, it's believed that Kate did try to get up and run away after she saw Nell get shot. And of course, this is not confirmed, but it seems like that was probably the case. And then she was shot from the water in the back of the head. And obviously that's not a very big target, plus she was moving. So it really does seem like someone who had experience, right? And of course, this is America. A lot of people do have experiences with guns. So I don't know what there is to do with this information, but I think it's something to consider. But speaking of the crime scene, I want to go back to that for a minute because that also just plays a huge role in all of this. I started to mention earlier just how big the Rocky River Reservation is, but I think it's super important that we talk about the location of where this took place. The day that Kate and Nell were murdered, it was a beautiful 75-degree day. It was early June, which is the peak of people starting to get back outside for the summer. So to say that this park was busy would truly be an understatement. I mean, people were out there walking, running, walking their dogs, riding their bikes, kayaking, picnicking. I mean, you name it. People were there. And so their families just have a hard time believing that nobody saw anything. They really feel like someone had to have seen something. And maybe it's not a case of someone withholding information. Maybe they didn't realize they saw something important that could be the crucial key piece of evidence they need to move this case forward. Because how were 2 people shot in such a busy area in broad daylight at like the most beautiful time of day, golden hour, right? In the summer, it's really hard to believe no one could have seen this happening or heard anything or seen someone running from the scene. Nothing. It's just unreal. And I mean, it shows you how busy it was that someone came across their bodies so quickly after they were murdered. And then the other big question is, how did this person get away without anyone seeing anything? I mean, for one, it's possible that they just left on foot. That's definitely probably the most likely scenario. The park is really big, and there actually was a hiking trail not far from where the bench is. And this seems a little bit more risky, but it's possible that this person, as soon as they committed the murders, just tried to blend in and look like they were walking through the park. So someone could have absolutely seen them that day and just not realize what they were seeing. And then, of course, another idea is that they drove off. Valley Parkway is the road that runs through the Rocky River Reservation, and it would have been very easy for them to have gotten into their car and driven off. So I guess that's probably just about as likely as them walking away on foot. Not to mention, there's also 2 major interstates that run through that area as well, so they could have gotten away pretty quickly. But according to detectives who say that they've scoured license plate readers and all other available data, and nothing has jumped out to them as suspicious. Or it's possible that something has jumped out to them, but that information hasn't been made public for whatever reason. One thing that they have said is that they don't believe that either of them were specifically followed into the park. And I'm assuming that's just based on that dash cam that picked up both of them entering the park. So that really makes you think that it really could have been a wrong place, wrong time situation, or someone who just got angry seeing a mixed race couple in their minds. I mean, obviously they weren't actually a couple as far as we know, but someone absolutely could have seen that and just done this out of pure hatred. I will say, though, it seems that detectives have kept a lot of information close to the vest. I don't have anything to specifically back it up that they have something we don't know, but that is possible. And I hope that that's the case, that they have something more solid that they are holding back for a specific reason. But overall, this case is just a truly hard to know, horrible situation, no matter how you spin it. But one thing that is really good to hear is that the FBI actually did get involved in this case very early on. Now, the FBI typically doesn't get involved in regular homicide cases unless there's some federal element to it. But in this case, they were asked to assist and they agreed to help. And it had actually been 20 years since the Metro Parks Police had a homicide case on their hands. That's how rare it is for this area. So, of course, they were quick to bring in additional resources, which major credit to them, because there are a lot of cases and agencies out there who don't want to bring in additional resources because of pride or, whatever it is. And families end up having to beg them to bring in other resources outside of their department. And some of them are just stubborn. So that to me was very good to hear. They also brought in the Ohio Bureau of Investigation, and in those early days and weeks, hope still seemed to be very much alive. The FBI announced on June 12th, 2019, that they were offering a $20,000 reward for information, and that was the same day that loved ones gathered at the park for a balloon release and vigil in honor of the victims.
He lit up the room, his beautiful smile. He loved the Lord. He just was there for everybody.
Friends and family hold a vigil in the Rocky River Metro Parks Reservation at the same place where the lives of both Kate and Carnell were cut short.
Smart, intelligent, God-fearing man. Always loved his parents, his brother.
He had a good heart. And for this to happen, it was a tragedy. It's senseless, for 2 lives to be taken like this.
Later that month, on June 24th, another press conference was held where they asked for the public's assistance in helping solve this case.
As Chief Dolan has already laid out some of the publicly releasable facts in this unsolved case, I would like to ask the public for assistance. The area known as the pull-off lot north of the Lorain Road Bridge in the Cleveland Metro Parks Rocky River Fairview Park Reservation is in a highly trafficked area, especially in the late afternoon and early evening weekday hours. There are numerous joggers, walkers, bicyclists, kayakers, and even vehicles cutting through the area to avoid interstate backups, and this is true for this area on any given day. Tuesday, June 4th, was a nice, warm, early evening, temperatures in the mid-70s, and accordingly, there were plenty of people and plenty of activity in the park. We're asking the public to take a look at the maps displayed here. If you were in the area on the evening of Tuesday, June 4th, between 4:30 and 5:30 p.m., please contact law enforcement immediately. You may have seen something that will give us the key to solve this investigation.
But after this, weeks went by and it didn't seem like they were any closer to catching the person who was responsible for these murders. Now, Kate's sister, Lauren, actually went through Kate's journal, which she said was incredibly difficult. I'm sure that was so hard. But she did that so that she could try and find anything that could explain what happened. But she wasn't able to find anything. And I say this so often, but it's so true. For these families out there who have no answers, who have no type of closure or understanding as to what happened to their loved one, it's truly torture. I truly can't imagine what it would be like living every day without any of these answers, having no idea what could have possibly happened, no potential lead, just having to sit there and wonder and try to come up with all these theories on your own and piece together what you do have and still be left with nothing. It's just horrendous. There are no words. Kate's family has specifically shared that everywhere they go, looking around at all the people, even at like the grocery store, they're wondering, could that be the person who could have killed her? And I just imagine what that would be like. Imagine what that would be like. It's horrible. And sure, detectives were keeping them in the loop at first, but despite all of their efforts, there still aren't any answers. And how do you even begin to swallow that pill? So they've continued to turn to the public for help in hopes that someone somewhere maybe knew something.
I miss her so much.
Kim Brown, back at the place where her daughter was killed 3 months ago today.
I wish we'd have answers. I just can't understand. I just can't understand how this could have happened. We have no idea who did it. We have just no idea. And that's upsetting. That's horribly upsetting because Kate and Carnell aren't here now as a result of this abrupt, violent act. I mean, and why?
Kim says she believes Metro Parks police and the FBI are doing all they can as they actively investigate.
It does pose new difficulties, so with each passing day.
FBI Special Agent Vicki Anderson says detectives want to hear from anyone who was in the park that day or who has heard anything that may help. She says it's still unclear if the killer knew the victims.
The people that were in their circles, who were they talking to? Who did they last speak with? Their family, their friends, people online. We've run all those things. We continue to work those angles, but the stranger possibility still exists.
The Metro Park says police have upped patrols in the area. Kate's family putting up signs pleading for tips as they await answers.
This couldn't have happened totally in isolation. Somebody knows something. And I'm hoping somebody will step forward.
By October of that year, the reward had climbed to $30,000, but the most significant leap occurred in February of 2020. And that month, Kate's family contributed an additional $70,000, bringing the reward to $100,000. And of course, the hope was that this much money would just make someone come forward.
It's been 8 months since the murders of Kate Brown and Carnell Sledge in the Rocky River Reservation of the Cleveland Metro Parks. The memorial at that location remains fresh as family members continue to plead for help.
Our family's lives were changed forever the moment we were told our beloved Kate was brutally murdered.
Kate's sister, Alex Zubin, spoke alongside her father, Tom Brown, today as they announced an increase to the reward for information that helps solve this Metro Parks murder mystery.
As a family, we have raised an additional $70,000. This raises the total reward to $100,000 for information.
Metro Parks Rangers and the FBI acknowledge they don't have much to go on, but they remain relentless, promising to work the case as if it happened yesterday.
Law enforcement will not rest until Kate and Carnell's killer is brought to justice.
Meanwhile, Alex and Tom continue to praise the sister and daughter they miss so much.
Kate was my best friend. We Talked every day. I still call her and leave her voicemails.
She was at the top of her game. She was enjoying life. She loved going down to the park. She would go down with her mom and play cards, sit on a blanket, and I can't believe we're standing here.
By February, authorities were saying that they'd investigated over 100 tips related to the case, but they still needed the public's help to try and solve this. And to try and help encourage the public to come forward, the victims' families ended up making signs and they started putting them up at the Rocky River Reservation to, try and jog people's memories and prevent them from forgetting what happened there. But what really pissed me off is the Metro Parks Police Department ended up removing these signs, and they straight up said that it was because of some stupid law where you can't put signs up in the park. And this really angered their families and angered a lot of people in the community as well. I mean, these weren't signs for like a garage sale or a birthday party or a graduation. And Kate's dad has made that point over and over again. They're out here trying to raise awareness for their children's murders. And solving this isn't only to help their family, it's to make the entire community safer in these parks. And I know that a lot of people in their circles, in their family, have brought up the fact that they believe they just don't want to scare people into not being at the parks. Like, they don't want to make people feel that the parks are unsafe, but clearly, with what occurred there, maybe they aren't so safe. But you would think, with the purpose of those signs being so important, that there would be some type of exception or leniency, but apparently not. So after this, Lauren actually ended up calling every mayor in the communities that surrounded the park to see if they could put signs near the entrances and exits. And only one city agreed, which huge shout out to them, and that was Fairview Park. So they were allowed to put them there, but that was it. And if you thought that that was the only outrageous thing that the Metro Parks Police did, well, you got another thing coming, because check this out. By 2023, over 270 interviews were conducted and 165 tips were received. Yet neither of these families felt like it was any closer to being solved. Despite law enforcement saying they stayed in regular contact with the Browns and Sledges, both of them disagree. Tom Brown says that he finds it inconceivable that progress hasn't been made and that authorities are claiming to keep them in the loop. And Darlene shared a very similar sentiment. In 2023, she said that the last time she heard from the Metro Parks Police or the FBI was spring of 2022. Tom said that on April 6, 2022, they had a meeting with a new chief, a guy named Kelly Stillman, and that was the last time there had been any communication. And I'll be honest, it seems like a lot of the issues in the investigation are because of this guy. Shortly after he stepped in as interim chief, he put the brakes on something that was supposed to be really promising for the investigation. I guess the lead investigator had written this proposal to bring in this nonprofit group of retired professional criminal investigators, and I'm totally going to butcher the name on this. I think it's French, and I think it's pronounced VDOC Society. And to my understanding, this is a group of trained criminal investigators who provide pro bono assistance to law enforcement across the United States. And they're made up of criminologists, medical examiners, DNA experts, behavior analysts, psychiatrists, psychologists, chemists, retired law enforcement agents, and more. Their members are confidential consultants, and here's the key: they only assist in investigations when law enforcement requests that they come in. So when Kelly Stillman put the brakes on this proposal for whatever reason, they weren't able to offer any kind of help. And imagine being in the shoes of Kate and Nell's family when they found this out, how angry you would be, how hopeful they probably were at first, all for this to be crushed by Kelly Stillman. And what's even more infuriating is this guy gave no explanation as to why he put a stop to it. I mean, it makes no sense. If you want this case solved, why wouldn't you want this extra help? So yeah, I understand why their families are pissed off. I would be too. So year after year, their families return to the park bench to honor Kate and Nell and pray that there will be a day that they finally get justice. And this year, on the 5-year anniversary of their murders, yet another vigil and balloon release was held. And while I know there were likely moments of comfort in being together, every year is also a painful reminder of the lack of justice.
2024 marks another year of frustration for Carnell Sledge's family. It's been 5 years since he was shot and killed, and there's still no answers.
That's too long. 5 years is a long time for somebody to, our family is still grieving.
But even in their grief, They come together for a vigil each year on the same day he died to remember, as they put, the glue for this family.
I remember him as being a fun-loving person. He was an amazing person. He really was family-oriented. He actually kept us all together.
His loved ones say he would do anything for anyone, which is why they're not surprised he helped his friend Kate Brown when she called and asked him to meet her at the park. But shortly after parking, kayakers found their bodies. They were shot to death in broad daylight.
That's why I want to put the pit in until he come. He said between 5 and 5:30.
He died at the same time he was supposed to meet his grandmother for dinner.
My baby never made it. My son-in-law told me I lost it. I haven't been right since. It's like a hole here. I'm existing.
That hole in their hearts will never be filled. So they're hoping for some relief, and that can only happen when the person responsible is found. They're asking anyone with information to come forward.
Just trying to get some clues, some answers, some closure, and just kind of give our families some peace.
It's gut-wrenching to be standing here knowing that two beautiful people were taken, their lives were taken for absolutely no reason in broad daylight, 50 feet away from a very busy street in rush hour on a sunny June day. It's just, you would never imagine that could happen to one of your loved ones in a safe Cleveland suburb.
Now, detectives are continuing to say that they're still actively investigating this double homicide and that they're using every resource available to them, and I hope that is true. And I guess as recently as this year, a new tip has come in that they're looking into, but they aren't providing any additional information besides that. They say that they're still very much relying on tips in this case, and as for their families, they are doing everything that they can to keep this case in the spotlight. I'm so glad that they got featured on Unsolved Mysteries. That's how I found out about this case, as well as how thousands of other people found out about it. It really does feel like someone has to know something, and again, it's possible that they just don't know what information they're sitting on. And so, with the additional coverage, I'm really hoping that someone will realize what they have, or maybe with how much incentive there is, how much reward there is, if someone were to come forward, that maybe that'll, push them to do so. I mean, $100,000 is no small reward, and that is still active, and that person can remain anonymous. Tips can be submitted in Crime Stoppers of Cuyahoga County at 216-252-7463 or at www.25crime.com. These families are not going to give up until justice is served, and I hope that day comes very soon. One thing that Darlene said that just broke my heart is she says that she had a dream 6 months before her son was killed, and it was about him being shot. And she said that she believes that this was maybe the universe preparing her, which just broke my heart. Both Nell and Kate will be remembered for their passion for life, their love of family, and all the joy that they brought those around him. The Browns and Sledges are just such fighters, and the fact that they have been fighting for so long is just, it's incredible. And I just have to believe that justice will come for them one day. It just has to. This whole case is just so mind-blowing to me. I mean, how could two people be killed in such a violent way, in such a public setting, in broad daylight, and 5 years later, there are still no answers? I mean, you can't make sense of it. I just really, really hope that one day someone comes forward and they're able to solve this case. I hope that law enforcement has something that they're working through that will bring this killer to justice, or maybe even more than one killer. I mean, we don't know that for sure, but I think it's pretty likely it was just one person, considering they were able to get away so quickly. But again, I really, really hope that these families get that justice and that closure to some degree one day. They just absolutely deserve it. And of course, their community needs that closure as well. No matter how many times law enforcement say that the public isn't at risk, I mean, people are always going to feel some type of way when they go to these parks and they know what happened there. And until someone is held accountable, that fear is always going to be there for people. And I just hope that day is coming soon. So I definitely want to hear your thoughts on this case. So please let me know in the comments below. Again, please keep it kind in the comment section. Let's send words of encouragement, positivity, and love to this family, considering they may read the comment section. Oftentimes families do read my comment section, and so I just ask that you keep that in mind. And that is going to be it for me today, guys. And of course, I'll be back next week to discuss another case. And until then, stay safe out there. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to True Crime with Kendall Rae. Thank you so much for joining me today. Genuinely, it means a lot to all of you who support my content. And to those of you who are new, welcome. I'm happy to have you. And be sure to hit subscribe so that you never miss an upload from me. So, guys, today I have a case that I am very fired up to tell you about. I have so much to say, so many thoughts. I know that you guys are going to feel the same. This is a case that needs more exposure. And when you hear about this one, like I said, you're probably going to feel angry, but also inspired, because today I got to collaborate with April Holt's mom. Her name is Jamie. And wow, what a fantastic human. Truly a salt of the earth individual with so much strength that I can't even put into words how inspired I have been just by talking to her, seeing everything she's done in such a short period of time. I mean, this happened pretty recently in the summer of 2023. Really, because just as a mother, she inspires me. Everything that she has done for her daughter, but then also everything that she has done for other people in this short amount of time is so impressive. Because when this first happened, the police ruled this as a suicide, and she knew that that absolutely was not the case and never gave up. And at first, the police weren't even planning to investigate it. But thanks to her mother, Jamie's hard work and determination, April is going to get justice soon. I mean, hopefully, but I'm very confident that that is the case. I just spoke to Jamie on the phone yesterday and was just in tears. And I can't tell you the amount of admiration I have for her and everything that she's been able to do. And her love for her daughter just transcends space and time. I don't know how else to put it. I'm really thankful that she's going to be working with me on today's episode, so you'll get to hear directly from her, which I think is always super beneficial. And to help with her efforts, our team at Higher Hope has awarded her a Hope Grant. This grant specifically is designed to help provide families with one-time financial relief to assist with the financial burdens that come along with having a missing or murdered loved one. And after speaking with her more yesterday and seeing some of the things that she is trying to do to help others after everything she's been through, I knew I just had to get involved with helping her with some of those other projects that she has already in the works. And I will explain more of that as we go along here. But basically, she is starting her own nonprofit, and I really believe in what she is doing. So we are in the process of working with her on giving her an Empower grant as well, which again, I will explain what that means. And I just wanted to take a moment to thank everyone that has supported Higher Hope so far. I'm very, very proud to announce that we have already approved 7 grants, which is more than we thought we'd be able to do so quickly. I mean, we only launched a few weeks ago. So I really hope you guys can get behind what we're doing and just know that every single cent that is donated to Higher Hope is going directly to victims, to their families, and to other like-minded nonprofits with similar missions. In fact, we have a really cool project in the works right now that I'm very excited to tell you guys about as the ball gets more rolling. But yeah, good things are happening. And if you're interested in supporting Higher Hope, I would be so eternally grateful. It will only allow us to help more and more people. And there are several ways you can do that. We have the ability to take donations on our website. We also do reoccurring donations now, like a monthly payment option if you are interested in that. Also, of course, you can buy any of our merch, including this cozy blanket that says stay safe out there. But any of our merch for any of our shows, a percentage goes to Higher Hope. If you want to make a donation, the Get Involved page on the Higher Hope website is where you can do that. And we've also recently added an option to make reoccurring payments if that's something you're interested in. Also, you can become a member to this channel, and a percentage of your membership every month will go to Higher Hope. So there are plenty of different ways you can get involved, and we will be launching more options as we go along here. We are constantly trying to think of new ideas, but really just thank you. I appreciate all of those who have trusted me and my team to really make some big changes for victims of violent crime. And for those of you out there who are in a place where you're not able to contribute financially, completely understand, but just know that supporting this show or any of the Mile Higher Media shows, you are helping us to make larger contributions to the foundation as well. So thank you for that. And I hope in today's episode, when we're talking about April Holt and her mother Jamie and what they're doing, that it's sort of a good reference point for you to see exactly the type of people that Higher Hope is helping. So let me just start by telling you about April Holt, which I can just tell you, I mean, from what I know about her, I didn't get the opportunity to meet her, but I got the opportunity to see a lot of her TikToks because she was active on TikTok. And obviously talking to her mom and just hearing about who she was, I can tell you she was a wonderful person who did not deserve what happened to her. I mean, it just makes me sick, really. Her full name is April Lynn Holt, and she was born on July 6th, 1994, in Altamonte Springs, Florida, to her mother, Jamie Woods, and to the man that would raise her as her father, Jeremiah Dickerson. Jamie was living in Chicago when she got pregnant in high school, but then she moved to Florida where she met Jeremiah her first week there, and together they raised April along with her two younger brothers, Dominic and Jared. Then when April was 12, their family moved to Laverne, Tennessee, and they stayed in the greater Nashville area throughout these recent events we're about to go over. Now, as for April, she was someone who was very driven in life. She was always someone who strived to be the best version of herself and wanted to also help others reach their best version of themselves as well. She was someone who had a very bright personality. It really just comes through in the screen. She's someone that I would want to be friends with. And she sort of is described as an outgoing introvert, which is sort of how I describe myself. Like I come across, I think, being on camera, being extroverted. I think a lot of people who make TikToks or YouTube or whatever come across that way, but really deep down, she was much more introverted. She was also very deep, very insightful. She loved reading, journaling, and honestly just loved being home with her family above all else. Personal and professional growth were also two very important pillars in her life, alongside her family and her faith as well. After graduating from high school, April decided to take the entrepreneurial route, and with a lot of hard work and dedication, she opened up her own lash studio, and she put a ton of work into her business, and it was a really successful endeavor for her. Her mom told me that it was just such a huge passion for her, and she was excited about starting her own business for it, being able to do things like get a candy jar and put on whatever relaxing music she wanted, give the customers their experience. And she was sort of, for many people actually, their lash tech or whatever, beauty tech you're seeing, esthetician or whatever, can become sort of like a therapist, someone to talk to. I mean, not an actual therapist, but you know what I mean? Like you can really bond with a good lash tech or esthetician or whatever it is. And April was definitely that person for a lot of her clients. And when April wasn't giving people their beautiful lashes, she was pursuing her other passion, which was social media, specifically TikTok. On TikTok, she had a following of almost 200,000. And after reviewing her content myself, I can definitely see why so many people gravitated towards her. And making content is just something that brought her a ton of joy. You can just tell that she was authentically herself and genuinely cared about the messages that she was sharing. And a lot of those messages were about self-growth and positivity, spiritual affirmations. She provided her audience with tips about how to level up in life and was very inspirational and really just a feel-good content creator. I mean, I certainly felt good watching a lot of her content. She also did center a lot of her content around her faith, which was something that was deeply close to her heart. And I've got to say that even though I'm not religious myself, there were a lot of her faith-based TikToks that resonated with me in different ways, if that makes any sense.
3 tips to help you become more spiritually aligned. Number 1, start talking to God. Number 2, meditate. Number 3, follow spiritual creators and influencers.
Be her. Be the woman you needed in your life but didn't have. Be the woman little girls look up to and aspire to be like one day. Be the best version of yourself because there's somebody watching you. Be beautiful, be bold, be brilliant, be her.
April's two kids, Serenity and Denzel, gave her a really strong sense of purpose, and every decision that she made was in hopes of making their lives better, which also included her decision to allow her parents to adopt her daughter Serenity after she was born, because she got pregnant with her very young. She was 17 and just felt like she wasn't in the right place in her life to give Serenity the life that she deserved. But Jamie and Jeremiah, on the other hand, just knew that they could love and support Serenity the way that she needed and were more than happy to step in. But that's not to say April wasn't involved in her life, because she certainly was. She loved her daughter very much and helped out in any way that she was capable of. Then, a handful of years later, came her son Denzel, who she had with her husband Donovan Holtz, and she was in a much stronger place to be able to raise him. April truly loved her kids and made a lot of sacrifices to make sure that they were taken care of. For example, Denzel was actually diagnosed with Tourette's syndrome, and she made the decision that it would be best for him to be homeschooled, and obviously that's a lot of work. So she just wanted to do whatever was going to be best for him. And April herself had actually been homeschooled, so she knew what a sacrifice it was. And I just think it says a lot about her as a mother that she was willing to do that, even though it was going to be a challenge, if it was going to improve his life.
God, I ask that you will cover my family, protect and provide for my family, bless my family, show favor towards my family, heal my family, be with us. Fill us with your spirit and energy so that we may live our lives for you. We love and thank you for everything you do and continue to do. Amen.
Okay, everybody, we have been MIA for a little bit. We've been going about the doctor appointments and figuring out a lot. But I think the biggest news we have is...
Me.
Well, yes, you, but what's the biggest thing? What did we decide on today? What's going to happen?
I'm going to be homeschooled.
We're going to be homeschooling. So we have decided that Denzel is going to be homeschooled this year as he is being diagnosed, as we are going through different medications and just learning to live with his tics and, even having some issues at school. So we feel like this is best for him. It was a big decision. Took a lot, especially me being homeschooled and then re-homeschooling somebody. I never thought I would homeschool my kids. But we have a huge support system. His Grammy and Nana are going to help us, and we are super, super excited, right?
Yeah.
Now, as for her husband, Donovan, there will be no shortage when it comes to talking about him today, because he is the reason that April is no longer with us. And he is going to piss you off, man. He is the reason that her children don't have a mother. And he's the reason that April's mom, Jamie, has had to dedicate the last year and a half of her life to fighting for justice when she should have been working through her own grief. And I know I already said this earlier, but not only has she worked towards getting justice for her own daughter and coping with her grief, taking care of the children, making sure that they're coping, because what they have gone through, when I get into it, you're going to just be so mad. But for her to have also spent so much time thinking of ways that she can help others, serve her community, is just, I don't even have words. She is amazing to me.
If I had to describe my daughter, April Holt, I would describe her as a person of peace, a person of magnetic energy that drew people in. She was a great listener. She was always cheerful and happy, even if she didn't want to be cheerful and happy. She would never walk in a room and bring it down. She always was a shining light no matter where she went. As a lash tech, her clients often said that it was more like a therapy session because she was such a good listener, and she would just talk to them and listen, and she just made friends with everybody. She didn't meet a stranger. She wouldn't hurt a fly. So a few of the things that she liked is she loved to shop, drink coffee, journal. What's weird is that all of her favorites are my favorites. I think that she watched me for too many years doing these things, and she took on the same habits, which I just absolutely loved about her. Me and her, we connected and we loved going to design stores. She loved to thrift shop, so that was one of her hobbies that I actually didn't do that she loved to do. But overall, she was just such a great person. She was my world changer. The day that she was born, all the way up to the day she died, she changed my life. And her death has changed my life again. but her light will continue to shine.
So a couple things to note here before we go forward. First of all, you probably noticed that you are actually, if you're watching this episode, you're seeing photos of April's children, and that's because that's what Jamie wanted, and she gave me permission to share their faces. I normally blur children's faces, but they are already on the internet, and I felt like maybe you guys could connect more if you saw them. And then also when it comes to Donovan, I would normally say allegedly in a case like this because he hasn't been convicted, but I'm not going to do so because he has given a full confession, and that's thanks to Jamie, who got it from him. Actually, he has 2 confessions, one to Jamie and then also one to the police. But before I get into all of that, I wanted to provide some context. So according to April's TikTok, she and Donovan began dating sometime around 2014. However, they were friends for years before that. She and Donovan talked a lot about their relationship online, so there's plenty of content out there about that. And from the outside looking in, they definitely appeared to be a really strong couple, very connected, and had a lot of good advice to put out there. But as we know, social media is a highlight reel, and we only see certain things. So it's very hard to judge a relationship based on what you see online.
What do you think the secret to our relationship has been? Oh, no, that's the question. It's
I'm
rolling.
supposed to answer right now.
Yeah.
Being best friends. That came first. If we weren't friends.
You're so out of breath.
I am out of breath. But honestly, if we weren't friends first, it wouldn't have lasted. Like, that's been the base of the whole relationship foundation, was that we were friends. And so even through the bullshit, we can joke around. And
He really is like my bestest friend ever.
the bestest.
The best friend I could ever ask for. And I married him.
Be attached, but disattached. Allow yourself to grow, but also allow your partner to grow as themselves as an individual. You are not the same person.
Be honest with each other about how you feel through this journey. That's the only way y'all will truly get through it together.
Yes. Good one, babe. You guys will not always be on the same level and stage of your journey. So understand that you guys are going through different things at different stages.
While y'all are going through this journey together, be open to change within your relationship. Don't go with cookie cutter ways.
Yes, thank you.
Now, I don't doubt that a lot of what they said was true, and a lot of what we saw from them was real. I mean, maybe for a period of time, I'm sure there was a lot of happiness in their relationship. But there were a lot of things that were going on behind the scenes in their relationship that never made it to TikTok, which I totally understand. I mean, that's private stuff that you wouldn't want to share. But it's a good reminder that when you see the perfect relationship on social media, oftentimes you're seeing, like I said, the highlight reel. And that's not to say that they weren't totally honest. I mean, there were a few things that were more open on TikTok, but she definitely gave the impression that she and Donovan were doing well, even through their separation. In October of 2021, she posted a video to TikTok with Donovan where the two of them discussed the fact that they were getting a divorce. Now, they actually only ended up separating, but as you can tell from the video that I'm going to play here in a second, it truly sounds like this was a mutual decision. Like basically that there were no hard feelings and it wasn't going to change the fact that they were best friends at the end of the day.
Story time, but I couldn't do it without him because I feel like it's wrong to only put out one side. Here we go.
Okay, so the story is that we are getting divorced because it was our decision. It's my best friend. I still love her to death. Like, we still got a child together. We still gonna be hanging out. I'm probably gonna see her most days of the week, but at the end of the day, we got shit to do. That's it. You feel me? She has a path to go. I got a path to go, but our paths are parallel, and we always gonna be next to each other. Yeah. And who's to say what's gonna happen in the future? All that we know is right now. Right now, it's the best. I mean, real talk, it's the best decision for both of us. For her to do what she needs to do, for me to do what I need to do. So
we can grow and heal and
that's it.
Elevate. No hard feelings. This is not a messy divorce or anything like that. We don't do that. This is like I said. Like he said, this is my best friend at the end of the day. He has been before the relationship, before the marriage, before the kid. So nothing's going to change that. So
like, look at her, bro. Like, I would never lose this forever. For real. And look.
So we're good, y'all.
For real though, like for real.
Promise y'all.
That's it.
But this version of Donovan, the person who sounded like he wanted to give April the world regardless of their relationship status, that's not who he ended up being in reality. However, the two of them did end up getting back together after this separation and even continued to post videos with one another. And they were videos that would lead you to believe that everything was fine between them. But then in April of 2023, April posted a video to TikTok and she was talking about her struggles with her mental health. She didn't specifically mention if Donovan was the reason for her mental breakdown and her depression, but given what happens shortly after this, I wouldn't be surprised if that were a big part of it.
Let's talk about how I'm going to fake it till I make it while I put on lash extensions, because I had a mental breakdown the other night and I plucked all of my lashes off. So lately I have been going through just a lot, and I can definitely say that I'm in like a depressed state. Like I'm just overwhelmed, and I know that like I'm manifesting more negative experiences on myself with how I've been, so I have to get out of this funk. So I'm going to literally fake it till I make it. And I've done this before. Like, this isn't the first time. I'm not saying like ignore your problems. I definitely like sat in my depression for some days before deciding that like, bitch, you gotta get out of this. Like something's gotta happen. Something's gotta shake. So I know that one of my issues is that I just have not been taking care of myself lately. My habits and my routines just have not been for me, so I'm going to start doing all of them. And I say faking it, but it's just really starting it until it becomes a habit again, because something's gotta happen. Some of the things that I do to fake it till I make it is I will say positive affirmations. I love positive affirmations. I feel like they definitely help. So I just be like, today is gonna be a great day. I'm so positive. I'm so thankful. And it's not that I'm not thankful. I am, but you know, like we're gonna act more thankful than we are right now. We have to like focus in on the things that we're really thankful for. So like gratitude practices to like also remind ourselves like we're thankful for all of this stuff. We're super blessed right now. I think that's the biggest part when you're faking it till you're making it is literally your self-talk.
And the reason that I say that Donovan was likely the root of all of this is because in mid-July, April was ready to leave him for good. That month, she had asked for a divorce, and this time she was serious. This time she was not planning on going back to him.
The relationship between April and Donovan was always on edge. Throughout the years that they were together, the 7 years that they were together, I guess it's 8 almost, they were always on and off in a relationship. Donovan had a obsession with April. And even if she tried to leave, he would often sleep outside of her apartment or sleep in her car if it was unlocked. He just had an obsession with her. And there was a lot of red flags throughout this entire time. Just the manipulation that would go on of him pulling her away from her family or the things that she loved, and just keeping her from all of us. It was kind of like he always had something for her to do or someplace for her to be if we wanted her by us. Even when it came to her daughter, Serenity, he would pull her away from us. He told Serenity once that she couldn't call him dad. There were so many red flags in that aspect. And then with their financial state, it was always a lie about bills being paid that weren't. And then April had to play catch up to cover the bills that he said he paid. So there was always some kind of tension going on. And when they'd walk in a room, you could feel it. Very seldom did they come in both happy. There was always something going on and you could question it. But he never did physically harm her. But I don't believe that just physical harm is abuse. I think that manipulation is abuse. And I think that slowly after time, that just eats away at somebody just as much as a physical abuse relationship will.
And that brings us to Friday, July 28th, 2023, which honestly was, as far as we know, not a very unusual day. That day, Jamie, her mother, was hosting a lock-in at her church where she worked as a ministry leader. And a lock-in, for those of you who aren't familiar, is a social event for the church's youth group, which often takes place overnight I actually tagged along with one of my friends to a lock-in as a kid, and it was actually a pretty fun time. Now, as for this particular lock-in, April was originally supposed to help out as a chaperone. Jamie says that her daughter was starting to get into ministry work herself, and so this was an evening that the two of them were really looking forward to. Now, April ended up not being able to go to the lock-in. However, they did have plans the next day to go to the Barbie movie, which had just come out, which was a huge craze. I'm sure many of you have seen it. Now, this detail really got to me because if you've seen the Barbie movie, not only is it very empowering to women, it's also just hilarious, but it's very deep. It has a very complex message. And I was lucky enough to see it with my mother and my sister as well. And it was a very special movie and experience for us to go and see the movie together. In the movie, there's a really strong emotional message about the relationship between mothers and daughters. And being a new mother, when I saw it, it really tore me up. I mean, I was sobbing in the theater watching it, and it was really special to see it with my own mother. And it broke my heart to hear that Jamie and April never got to go and see the Barbie movie together. And that's because that day she had to cancel those plans with her mom because Denzel had a football game and Donovan was working afterward, so he wouldn't have been able to go and watch their son. And April was that type of mom. I mean, if her son needed her, she wasn't going to let anything come in the way of that. And I'm sure in her mind, she was thinking, there'll be other chances to go see the Barbie movie with my mom. And a large part of her decision, too, was the fact that she had decided she was going to be leaving Donovan for good. And she knew how important it was that she continued to show up for her kids during this time. So that day at 12:59 p.m., she texted her mom and said this: "How did the lock-in go? They should all be picked up by now, right? LOL. Denzel's game is at 6 p.m. tonight, and then Donovan works, so I wouldn't be able to go to the movie afterwards. If they win tonight, then tomorrow's 4 p.m., so I'll be able to come to church and in on blast." Now, Jamie actually saw this message after she had just taken a shower and wanted to take some time to relax after she had just done this exhausting lock-in with a bunch of kids. So she had planned to respond to her daughter a little later, but she unfortunately never got that chance because about an hour later, she got a call from Donovan saying that April was unresponsive and not breathing, and that she was in an ambulance on the way to the hospital. Hearing this, Jamie was shocked. She immediately ran to her car to meet them at Southern Hills Hospital. And the entire time, she was just, racking her brain, trying to come up with an explanation for what could have happened. But nothing that she could come up with in her head made any sense. I mean, what could have made her otherwise perfectly healthy daughter stop breathing? So it was only when Jamie actually got to the hospital that the pieces started coming together. April was on life support by the time that she arrived, and she saw bruising on her neck and ankles, as well as broken blood vessels in her cheeks. And immediately, she just knew that someone had done something to her daughter. But that was not the narrative that she was being told. She was being told that her daughter had tried to take her own life. It then took an additional 6 hours of waiting at the hospital for Jamie to learn the full details of what Donovan claimed happened. And let me tell you, those details are excruciating. According to Donovan, he was making lunch for his son, Denzel. And then he asks Denzel, who's like 7 at the time, to check on his mom because she had supposedly been in the shower for a long time. And what this poor child walked into, oh my God, it makes me infuriated thinking about the trauma that he is going to deal with the rest of his life for seeing his mother in this condition. Because when he walks into the bathroom, he sees his mother unresponsive with a black trash bag over her head that had been duct taped around her neck. And I need to point out that when Donovan called 911 and even when April first arrived at the hospital, he had made no mention of this bag being around her head, which you would think was a detail you would definitely divulge, right? But no, this detail comes out hours later. And immediately, Jamie knew that her daughter did not do this to herself. She just knew that her daughter would never have done this. She would never leave her children like that. And there had to be more to the story. And there was. She was right. 2 weeks later, Jamie learned from Denzel that earlier on the morning of his mother's death, she and his dad had gotten into a big argument in the bathroom. She says that he had actually gotten down on the floor and was trying to look, under the door crack to see if he could figure out what's going on, because there clearly was some loud, intense fighting going on. And he said that at first he could just see their feet. And then after listening a little bit longer, he got down on the floor again, looked under the door, and this time he claims he saw his mother lying on the bathroom floor. After he sees that, he goes to his bedroom to wait. And then shortly after that, his dad leaves the bathroom and goes with Denzel to make the two of them lunch. And then shortly after this, like I explained, Donovan asked him to go to get April, and that's when he found her clinging onto life with a trash bag over her head. But in the hospital, Jamie at the time didn't have all these answers. All that she knew was that something happened and her daughter was now fighting for her life, and they didn't know if she was going to make it. And then what's crazy is Jamie actually had to be the one to contact the police and let them know that they needed to investigate this. But then when she found out that there was a trash bag taped around April's head, she knew that something more had to have happened. There had to be a lot more to this story that she wasn't being told. But at this point, of course, she didn't know exactly what had happened. And obviously, her and her family's main focus was April, and they were just spending a lot of time praying for her to wake up. However, on July 31st, 2023, April passed away from her injuries, leaving everyone in their family devastated, angry, and also just confused.
The day that I got a call from Donovan was July 29th of 2023, when he called to tell me that April was found not breathing in the shower and that she was in the hospital on the way to she was in the ambulance on the way to the hospital. I immediately felt like something was off because she had just texted me an hour and a half prior and said that she would meet me at church the next day. So I really didn't understand what had happened. I didn't know if she fell and hit her head or if she just wasn't feeling good, or I really had no idea what any of that meant. I just had a feeling in my gut that something was wrong. And when I arrived at this hospital to find that she was on life support, I was in utter shock. I didn't have any clue that this was the extent of the injury that had taken place. I knew then, though, that something wasn't right. This was not adding up. Donovan was sitting there rocking like and holding his head like he didn't want to tell me what had happened. And then he had this story that didn't make sense, saying her throat was hurting and she wasn't acting like herself. But like I said, she had just texted me an hour and a half prior and was perfectly fine. So none of it added up. I knew from that moment that something was not right. And that is when I started to search for the details that I needed. And we didn't find out till hours later even about the bag, and he was not the one to tell us. And so the bag that was over her head. And so I knew that there was more being hidden than just that.
I've already pretty much made it clear that Donovan was responsible for this, and I will give you more information as to how we know that. And I did mention a confession, so we will get to that. But before we move further, I just want to say it is next level evil for a killer to send a child, their own child, up to see a situation like that, to knowingly send your poor child up, knowing exactly what they're going to walk into, to try and make it seem like they were the ones who uncovered it for whatever reason, to, remove yourself from it, whatever it was. But to send, I can't get over it. I can't even find the words. It makes me unbelievably angry to the point where I am probably breaking out in a rash underneath my sweatshirt, because who does that? Sends a child up to see their mom in that condition with a bag taped over her head. That's evil. There is no other words for it. I mean, committing a murder, horrible, evil, beyond measure, right? But that is just a whole other level to bring a child into it and mess them up for the rest of their lives. He made that conscious decision to traumatize his child for the rest of his life, to involve his son in the murder that he committed. And it's just inexcusable. There really aren't any words that I can find to describe how horrific it is. It's diabolical. But anyway, like I was saying earlier, Jamie just knew that something was off here, that she was not getting the full story, that her daughter would not have taken her own life. And not only that, the bruises and injuries on April's body were not consistent with someone who suffocated themselves. And she could just tell from Donovan's behavior during this time that something was off. For starters, it turns out that a week before her daughter's death, Donovan had pawned April's wedding ring. And sure, they were getting a divorce and everyone feels differently about what happens with the ring afterwards, but in my opinion, it was her ring and it was her decision to decide what to do with it. Jamie also says that while he was in the hospital room, he gave her April's phone and told her that she could make all medical decisions going forward. And maybe at first glance, that could seem like a kind thing to do, to allow her mother to make all these decisions, but to Jamie, it felt like he was being cold and distant. She felt like he didn't want to have any part in the situation, that he didn't even want to be around April. And she even says that he left the hospital several times to go back to the apartment the day that it happened. And he never gave an explanation as to why. And he did that before police were even able to go over there. So it definitely makes you wonder what he could have been doing over there conveniently before the police were able to gather any evidence. She also says that Donovan was just going on and on about how April wasn't acting like herself that day. Something seemed off, and just really trying to push that narrative that she had taken her own life. Like trying too hard to convince everyone that was the case. But of course, Jamie's motherly intuition was telling her that that could not be true. Even in November of 2023, when the medical examiner's office came out with their ruling that April's death was the result of suffocation and the manner of death was suicide, she didn't let go of her suspicion.
Last Friday, I received the report that I've been waiting for over 3 months. I was extremely upset, extremely angry when I got the report, my daughter's autopsy. It tells you that the type of death was suspected suicide. Let me give you a little backdrop. My detective decided to take it upon himself to show up at my daughter's autopsy and give them a backstory of somebody he didn't know anything about, of somebody that he didn't even have the details on this case, because we didn't have all the details on the case until later on. Said that my daughter had minor blunt force trauma of the body. It says that her circumstances of death is that my daughter, descendant, secured the bag around her head. He gave them this information when there's no proof of that at all, and he decided to go in there and give them this information. It says there are multiple petechial hemorrhages that extend across the bilateral cheeks. She had her veins, her blood vessels were red and they were hemorrhaging on her face, which is a sign of smothering or strangulation. And it says right here, there are multiple hemorrhages across the bilateral cheeks. My detective said, well, I didn't see any signs of struggle. So here's where it says there's a puncture wound surrounding her echomyosis within the right fossa. I'm not a medical person, so I'm just a mom. So there are 2 small purple bruises that are on the anterior aspect of her right forearm. There is a puncture wound in the left arm. There's a large purple echomyosis with a 6-centimeter abrasion that extends across the lateral aspect of her left thigh. Multiple small, faint purple contusions are on her lower extremities, on her bilateral lower extremities. Showing, first of all, in the first page, it says that she had blunt force trauma. Now we're seeing that she's got bruises all over her body. Summary of case, and that's the page that I'm on. It says the summary of case, the descendant had a reported past medical history of alcohol and marijuana abuse. The detective decided to make this statement up completely on his own. Never given this information. My daughter drank wine. And yes, my daughter would take a half a gummy every day of marijuana. I'm not a mom that denies or even is ashamed of what my children do. If they want to have a glass of wine and they want to take half a gummy, if that's going to help them through life, well, then go for it. But to go into an autopsy and tell them that she has a reported, where is it reported? I would love to see that. Past medical history of alcohol and marijuana abuse. There is nowhere stated in any medical record that she has this. He has made that up himself. Again, that's the Nashville Metro Police Department.
And then right here, so this is the really interesting part, where they decided to say law enforcement was not suspicious of any foul play. Yeah. Went into my daughter's autopsy, who has all of these exterior elements, and says they're not even suspicious of any foul play. So I immediately filed this paper right here. And what this paper says is it is a request for reconsideration of suicide as a manner of death. I have written down here an explanation of how the police have decided to take it upon themselves to tell them what the definition, or what her meaning of her cause of death was. And then here is an explanation of the circumstances that surrounded what happened that day, because they didn't decide to inform the people of the autopsy that she was laying on the ground with her soon-to-be ex-husband in there with her, fighting with her before her death. They didn't decide to tell that she had this bag over her head. They said she put the bag over her head.
From the moment that her daughter died, she has made it her mission to seek the truth and to seek justice. And from the way things are moving, it looks like justice is in fact coming. And you want to know what she did in the meeting with detectives when they told her that the case was closed? She and her husband got up from their chairs and they left. And to me, that says a lot. Now, Jamie's investigation into her daughter's murder has definitely not been easy. It's been a steep climb, and there has been no shortage of roadblocks along the way. She knew that she needed more people to know about the case. She needed support, community support, beyond her own community. And she did what many families do when they're in a situation like this, trying to fight for justice, and that's turn to the internet. Now, she had no idea how to use TikTok, had never been on TikTok. And her and I were joking the other day about how it's really a confusing app. I am so lost when it comes to any type of TikTok creation, to the point where I've just given up. But she decided she was going to do whatever she can to try and gain some momentum, to try to gain some support. And she knew that her daughter was big on TikTok. So she decided that that would be a really good place to dive into, building awareness around the case and getting the word out. She just figured, if this is an app that April used to reach people, maybe I can too. And I'm so glad that she did. And her message has truly been about awareness and advocacy for April. She has shared countless videos expressing what she believes to be the truth about her daughter's death, and even did so when no one was willing to listen. And it was actually through TikTok that she found out about my platform and decided to end up reaching out to me, because so many of the people that were seeing her videos were recommending this channel, which I'm really grateful for. Very proud of my audience for being able to see cases like that out there and try to get them to me. And we actually started the process of working together months ago. And we unfortunately had to put a pause on things because she was so outspoken on TikTok that she was put under a gag order. And as you can imagine, being silenced in a time like that is such a setback, such a punch to the gut. And the fact that we weren't able to share her case sooner it's just awful. It really makes me mad. I'm glad we're able to do that now since she is no longer under a gag order. But yeah, it was a real setback. And I have a lot of complaints for the system for doing things like that. I mean, sometimes a gag order is very necessary, but for a mother who's just trying to get the word out about her daughter and seeking justice, it's really frustrating. And we had actually talked about me doing the episode without her, but at the end of the day, we decided that it would be much more beneficial to wait until the gag order was lifted, because I knew she would be the best voice for April and really able to connect with the audience. I think it always helps to hear directly from families. And I'm really glad we waited, because the universe works in interesting ways, because in that time, she was able to get a confession from Donovan and record it. So I want you to hear now from Jamie about how this gag order came to be and what she did as a result.
In the early stages of the investigation, I knew that the police hadn't been called in for 6 hours, till 6 hours after April was at the hospital. And that was only by the fact that we alerted them that there was a bag over her head. We knew that Donovan had returned to that apartment 3 times prior to them getting there, and we wanted to make sure that they were doing the proper collection of evidence afterwards. When we found out that none of this was being done, including video camera footage, many other factors, like they didn't notice that the divorce papers on the counter, they
they didn't notice a lot of key factors in this entire thing. And so I decided to take it into my own hands in order to make sure that people understood that this was a case that was being dropped. I went on to TikTok, which I've never been a part of before. I've never actually had a TikTok account. I only knew of it through April. And I decided I was going to start to advocate for what I needed for this case. And so as soon as I started putting the word out there, because no news channels, no social media, nobody would take on the case. So when I decided that I was going to start putting this out, Donovan went and got an attorney, and he put a gag order against me that I was given. The court did give me this gag order, and they told me I wasn't allowed to talk about April, or I could not see my grandson Denzel anymore. So that is when I decided, okay, well, I'm going to come up with a creative way of still being able to get my voice heard. So I'd put tape over my mouth every day, and I would say things like, I'd write on the tape, "Justice for April Holt," or "Help me remove this gag order," or "Let my silence be heard," or "Please share this story," or whatever it would be. I would put it across my mouth, and I would still be heard even with a gag order. And in the background of all of that, I was still researching 2 to 3 hours a day in order to get justice for my daughter. I had never stopped. I just had to do it silently.
Let's also keep in mind, though, that while Jamie was fighting for justice, she was also fighting for custody of Denzel. She and Jeremiah had hired an attorney to try and get custody of him, but since April's manner of death was ruled a suicide, the judge granted Donovan full custody. And Jamie was only granted once a month visitations, which is just a pain that no one should have to deal with. I mean, imagine being in her shoes. You know deep down in your heart that your child has been killed by someone. You know who it is. And then not only are you dealing with all that pain, no one's listening to you. You feel like you're fighting this uphill battle. But then your child's child has to go and live with the person you know is responsible for their death. And you are only able to see them once a month. Oh my God, I can't even imagine the anger. As a reminder, she and Jeremiah did have custody of April's daughter, Serenity, because they had adopted her long before all of this. And of course, they're doing their best to try and help her get through this insanely difficult time. But none of this was easy for any of them. She said that some days were better than others, but the bottom line is these children had lost their mother, and the narrative surrounding her death was false. And Jamie and Jeremiah knew it. And a lot of those falsehoods were being perpetuated by the Metro Nashville Police Department. The MNPD is a huge reason why this was such an uphill battle for Jamie. Like you heard her say in that clip from TikTok, they straight made up information and failed to consider the entire facts of the case before determining the manner of death. They also said that they couldn't find any proof that contradicted Donovan's statements, and therefore they would not be changing the ruling on it. And hearing this made her angry, of course, but it only fueled her desire to get to the truth even more. So after requesting the full case file, she began conducting her own investigation and even launched a formal complaint with the Office of Professional Accountability and the Community Oversight Board. I mean, by this point, the police were just straight up disregarding her questions and concerns, and she felt like this was the next step that she just had to take. And after 4 months of waiting, she received a 47-page report that provided one key piece of information that she didn't have before. And this piece of information changed everything. In this report, it was determined that 2 of Donovan's fingerprints were found on the duct tape used to tie the plastic bag around April's neck. Yet, the police were saying that they couldn't find any proof that contradicted Donovan's statements. I think anyone with a brain cell could tell you that that's pretty strong proof that contradicts his statements, right? Now, I do have to say that this was not determined to be a new roll of duct tape, so there is an argument that his fingerprints were there from another time that he picked up the roll. Okay, sure. Like, I guess it leaves this tiny bit for reasonable doubt, but not enough to not question his statement. And then Donovan also told authorities that he had removed the duct tape from her neck after he found her, which could be another explanation. And of course, these were explanations to consider at the time, because They didn't have a confession yet, which I am getting to very shortly. And I really want you guys to pay attention to this next bit, because when Jamie learned about this information, about the duct tape and the fingerprints, her mind, of course, didn't go to the other explanations. Her mind, like probably all of you out there, went to the explanation that was most obvious to her, right? And that's that his fingerprints were on that duct tape because he was the one to put it around her neck. So let's get into the confession and then the arrest. So in June of 2024, Jamie decides to confront Donovan about the new information that she had. From the report, she sent him a screenshot that showed his fingerprints were on that duct tape, and she gave him two options. Option A, he could just tell her the truth. Option B, she could take that information to the cold case unit, which they should have already had that, right? And this ultimatum worked. Donovan went with option A. He called her up and confessed to murdering her daughter, just as she had always suspected, just as she had always knew. She even recorded their conversation because there was no world in which she was going to let him get away with this any more than he already had. And once she had that confession recorded, of course, she took it right to police, who finally agreed to reinvestigate April's case, which at that point, really, did they have any other choice? I mean, here he is confessing to it. Now, for legal reasons, I obviously can't play the confession for you. Maybe one day it'll be out there. I'm not sure. But here's Jamie to tell you more about it.
The day that I got a confession from Donovan, he had texted me that morning and he had explained to me that he wanted to talk to me about Denzel and his football, and I said, okay. And then it wasn't until about 3:30 that afternoon when he called me on FaceTime through Facebook. And he first asked me if anybody was around me. And I explained to him, no, nobody was around me. I had known that something was up that day when he had said he wanted to talk to me, because he never wanted to talk to me. And so I had kept Serenity's phone with me for recording in case I needed to. Now, prior to me doing this, I did look up the state laws of finding out that Tennessee is a one-party state, and only I needed to know that I was doing a recording, which is very important if you decide to do something like that. Otherwise, they can throw out your evidence. So when he called and he just started to talk to me about Denzel and that about his football and his asthma, and then he went into telling me about that morning. Now, this phone call was over 47 minutes long. It was very long. And I knew I had to sit there and I knew I had to stay calm, even with somebody explaining to me that they've murdered my child. This is only done through walking through the spirit, and that's the only way I was able to do it. I knew that Denzel was still in his care and that this was very important that I stayed calm. So he explained to me how they were having intercourse, which is what he claims, which I do not believe, and that he had choked her and she was no longer breathing. When he noticed she was no longer breathing, he said he panicked and didn't know what to do, so he drug her to the shower. From that point, he put a bag over her face and he taped it. And then he went into the living room and he ate lunch and dressed Denzel. And then a short while later, he then told Denzel to go and check on his mom. He said she was taking too long in the shower. So Denzel went to go check on his mom, and the door was locked. So Denzel unlocked the door and found his mom in the bathroom with the bag over her head. That is when 911 was called. I do not believe that this was a sexual act, considering the fact that he had the tape and the bag with him in the bathroom. I also do not believe that it was a sexual act, because somebody that we love, that's our spouse, we would not drag to a shower, and we would not put a bag and tape over their head like they are trash, like they are disposable. We would have resuscitated them and called 911 right away. We wouldn't have went into a living room and ate steak and broccoli for lunch and dressed our child. We wouldn't have sent our child in there to find their mother in such a way. That was extremely hard. I'll be honest. No, when he told me that he killed her, I already knew. I had been dealing with this grief, this understanding, this pain for over almost a year now. And so I knew that that's what happened. So I wasn't in shock with that. I was just relieved that now I had it in a recorded form that I could bring to the police.
Now, when I heard what Donovan was claiming had happened for the first time, I was absolutely floored. I mean, the nerve of this man. For so many reasons, this story is incredibly unlikely, but there's one reason in particular that I haven't mentioned yet that makes it in my mind, just not a possibility. When I talked to Jamie on the phone, she told me some information that really cleared things up for me, really connected the dots, and made me even more confident that Donovan's story of what happened, like I said, just cannot have possibly happened. I'm going to share this information with you because Jamie gave me permission to, and I think it's important. I think this will solidify things in your mind even more than they probably already are. But I will warn you, it is upsetting, and we're going to be talking about SA. So 3 days, only 3 days before April was murdered by her husband, it turns out that she was actually sexually assaulted. So the person who sexually assaulted April was actually not Donovan. It was another man who I won't be mentioning by name as much as I want to. But it was really bad. He was someone that she was providing interior design services for. And I'm not going to get into any details of it, but it was so bad that she did end up going to the hospital the day after it happened. And the reason I bring this up is because Jamie, myself, I'm sure most of you out there can agree that in no world would she have wanted to engage in sex, violent sex, according to Donovan, with who, by the way, she's in the process of leaving, of divorcing. Why would she want to do anything like that? Why would, you're still recovering at that point. 3 days later, there is no way that happened. I don't buy it for a single second. Let's just run that back a little more clear because I'm obviously getting emotional. But for Donovan's version of events to be true, April would have had to consent to sex, violent sex, according to him, just days after being sexually assaulted. Okay? No way. No way. And to add to that, April had sort of already moved on. I mentioned earlier that Donovan and her had actually separated for a period of time. And during that period of time, April was seeing someone else. And April started talking to this person again after she asked Donovan for a divorce. So, and this is just something to think about because I don't know for sure, but is it possible that Donovan found out, became angry, and possibly killed her because of that? Like a situation of, if I can't have her, no one can. So it's just something to think about. And as for what Jamie believes, she believes what Denzel told her from the beginning. She thinks that the two of them got in an argument in the bathroom, just like her grandson heard and saw, and that's where all of this took place. Basically, that this whole sex gone wrong story could very well be a ploy by Donovan to downplay everything, to say it was an accident and he just panicked. But anyway, regardless of the specifics, a confession is a confession, and thankfully the police took this confession seriously. In their renewed efforts, the MNPD obtained their own confession in July where Donovan admitted to strangling April. Because of Jamie's perseverance and inability to take no for an answer, April is thankfully on a path towards getting justice now. What she has done is a testament to motherhood and that bond, and also to never giving up. And I can't tell you how many families I see that are going through this right now, how many families out there who could be watching this, who I hope, gain some inspiration from Jamie and the work that she put in. And I know I sound like a broken record. I always say how no family should ever have to be the one fighting for justice, that the police should just do their job and it shouldn't be in their hands. Their only responsibility at that point, in my opinion, should be dealing with their grief, trying to process what they have gone through and taking care of themselves mentally and physically. And so many people, that's just not an option. That's just not the reality. The reality is a lot of families out there do have to be the ones that are fighting for answers, who are searching for their loved ones, who are pushing to get the information, who are pushing police, calling them nonstop, even when they stop answering their calls. And I just hope that Jamie's story can be inspiration for so many out there. At the end of the day, I really wanted to talk about this case, not only because April was an incredible person who deserves to be talked about and remembered, but also as a reminder for those out there who are fighting that your fight is not for nothing and to never stop. And that's a really big message that Jamie wants to share with anyone who is going through something like this right now, that you can make a difference. However, of course, this is not the end of the road. There is still a lot to do, as I'm about to explain. A lot more hoops to jump through, but getting a confession and an arrest is a huge step forward. And yes, an arrest was made. In September of 2024, Donovan was arrested in San Antonio, Texas, where he had been living, and was later indicted on the charges of reckless homicide, falsifying a report, and tampering with evidence. He was extradited to the Davidson County Jail in Tennessee, where he is currently being held on a $75,000 bond. And that same month, April's manner of death was reclassified to homicide. Donovan's arraignment hearing was actually supposed to happen before I recorded this episode. It was scheduled for October 23rd. However, it has unfortunately been postponed because apparently the state hasn't gotten him an attorney yet, which is just so frustrating. I mean, the legal system just never ceases to infuriate me more and more with every case. Moving forward, though, Jamie is looking to have Donovan's charges increased from reckless homicide to first-degree murder, and she also wants the charge of child endangerment to be added. And I definitely agree with her on both of those changes needing to happen. I'm sure most of you do as well. Jamie is now working with a new district attorney, and she's hopeful that maybe she'll have a better experience with them. And this is the third one since she started her efforts, and I hope this is something that they're going to be able to accomplish. This new DA is a woman, and she's hoping that maybe there'll be like a maternal instinct or heart that will make her want to help April woman to woman. The last two DAs have been men, and of course, many great men out there. Many not so great men out there, right? And to say that they have been disrespectful and unprofessional in this case and towards Jamie and her daughter would be an understatement. I'm not going to get into everything that they have said to her and done, but just know it's bad. It would really, really piss you off. But anyway, on a positive note, another really cool thing that Jamie is doing right now is opening a nonprofit grief center, and it's called Grieve with Me. And it's, of course, in April's honor. And I was so excited to hear about this. I think it's so cool. I mean, keep in mind, her daughter was murdered. It's been like a year and a half, right? And in that time, she has not only done so much work and made massive amounts of progress in her daughter's case, but to then also try and think of ways that she can help others, raise awareness about domestic violence, and then open this grief center. She is amazing to me. And when I spoke to her on the phone yesterday, she had just gotten the keys to the building that morning, which really was a miracle because she didn't know how she was going to financially swing it. So it's just such great news. However, there's still a lot of work to be done there. She needs to get furniture and get the space ready, but I'm just so blown away by how quickly she was able to pull all of this off. She's already gotten the 501c3 approval and is working on getting more funds to facilitate the opening of the center as quickly as possible. And she was explaining to me that the goal of the center is to provide free resources to people experiencing grief, such as youth grief groups, art therapy classes, and eventually grief camps. But it's really going to be just a safe place where she wants people to be able to go and just sit, maybe drink a cup of coffee, speak to others who are going through something similar, and relax a little bit. Create that sense of community. And if this is something that you guys are interested in supporting, and please consider doing so. I'm telling you, Jamie is going to put every single cent to good use to helping others in her daughter's honor. And if you have any ability to make even the smallest donation, please consider doing so. I'm going to have that GoFundMe linked below, and I know that she will be so appreciative of any help. I obviously can't say enough good things about her and everything that she plans to do, but this is not going to be cheap or easy. It's a lot to take on, and she's going to need a lot of support. And I thought this is really cool, but the reason that she is naming the Grief Center Grieve With Me is because it's actually the title of a children's book that her and April's daughter Serenity have written together. It's not been published yet, but I just thought that was really special. And not only that, all the proceeds from that book are going to go right back into the nonprofit to help others. It's just so awesome. And just when you think she can't get any more impressive, through everything else she has been through and everything else she is working on, she has actually already written a book about grief, and it's published. You can buy it now. And please consider, because All the proceeds from that are also going towards the Grief Center. It's called Grieving Through Grace, which is both a memoir and guide to the grief journey after the loss of a child or a loved one. So, of course, I will have that linked below if you are interested in picking that up and reading it yourself. I'm actually going to link everything that she has, including her TikTok and her Facebook page, which are 2 places I encourage you guys to check out and follow maybe so that you can stay up to date on everything related to April's case and everything that she's doing. And additionally, my foundation, Higher Hope, has awarded Jamie our Hope Grant. We have been working with her over the past couple of weeks to get this grant in her hands. You know, after all of the sacrifices that she has made emotionally, physically, financially, we are just grateful to have been able to award this to her. And by the time that this episode goes live, she will have already received those funds. And like I mentioned at the beginning of this episode, we also decided that we wanted to get involved in the creation of her grief center through one of our Empower grants, which is directly for nonprofits, and that will support the Grieve With Me Center. Now, this grant is in the early phases. We are still discussing the best way to use these funds and how to work together. So be sure to follow her and us, Higher Hope Org, on social media to stay up to date on how that plays out. And like I also mentioned, one of Jamie's biggest goals here is to spread awareness about domestic violence, which truly there can never be enough awareness about domestic violence, as it's truly just an epidemic all around the world. Through her social media, she's really working to talk more openly about DV and help educate others about what signs to look for. And of course, I wanted to update you guys when it comes to Denzel, because I'm sure you're wondering, and I am happy to tell you that he is now in her full custody and he's in great hands. When we talked yesterday, she's doing everything she can in the world to help him through such a difficult experience for both kids, Serenity as well. She actually got that custody back the day that Donovan was arrested. So now Serenity and Denzel are together in her care, and she's working as hard as she can to give them the most normal life that she can.
My call to action through Kendall's audience and through everybody on here that is watching is that we are able to give hope to families that have lost hope in getting justice for their families' cases, that if they've been ruled as suicide, they've been closed in any kind of way, that they don't take that as a final answer, that as a final no, that they continue to fight, because there's always a stone that's been left unturned, and you have to find out what that is. So you have to dig deep. It's going to take a lot. It's going to take hours. It's going to take days. It's going to take months. It could even take years, but it's worth getting justice for your loved one or your family member or your friend. And so I just want the call to action be, let's spread hope. Let's spread domestic violence awareness out there. Only 50% of people that are strangled even show a physical symptom. It is atrocious to think of all of the things that are out there that are happening every single day, every single second, and yet nobody is, and they're suffering in silence, and so we need to be their voice. In addition, I want to open a grief center in April's memory. It's going to be called Grieve With Me, after a book that her 12-year-old daughter has written with me. It's a children's book on grief that we are just in the process of publishing. So the Grief Center is a nonprofit. It's called Grieve With Me. We are now funding for it, and there's a GoFundMe site for this Grief Center. And we are excited to open it, hopefully before the holidays when people are grieving most. We know that there are people, 57% of people are going through some sort of grief right now. And so we want to be able to offer a place that's for our youth and for all ages. It'll have a youth center and a stress-free grief lounge. It'll have grief art therapy and free resources. When you're in grief, you just need a place to just be and comforted by other people that are grieving. And so that is our hope, that we are able to do this. And our last call to action that we are just going to be so focused on making sure is taking place is getting policies and procedures changed within the EMT service, making sure that the police are called at every call, that there's a domestic partner involved when somebody is not breathing. There was no reason cops were not called for 6 hours and that we had to be the one to alert them. That should be automatic. In addition, we want to have the policy changed that when there is an autopsy, that the detective is not allowed in, and they have to meet with the medical examiners afterwards, so that the autopsy is strictly medical, and then they can collaborate later on. But this needs to be done over medical facts only. I think that all of these things are possible. Actually, I know they are. It's just going to take the voice of many of us and some strength and willpower, but we will make it happen. So please stand with us with that, with all of these calls to action. And I know that in time, change could be made. Without change, everything stays the same. With change, things are better. So we just appreciate and love every single person for all the love and support that we've been given during this tragedy. Our tragedy is going to be turned to light. And we know that April's light is going to shine forever, which puts a smile on our face and her children's face. And she'll be so proud of what all of us are doing.
Now, I don't think it's lost on anyone that MNPD failed April, especially in the beginning of this case. When no signs in her life pointed to her wanting to take her own life, they spread the narrative immediately that she did. And that's not only harmful to her memory, but it's also harmful to her children and all of their family. Not to mention the fact that they just completely dismissed Jamie when she told them that she knew her daughter was killed. And it really took Jamie having to get a confession on her own for them to pay attention to her at all. And imagine if she wasn't able to get that confession, which really could have happened. There would be no justice. There would be no path to justice, I should say, at all for April at this point. Plus, let's not forget that they put Denzel in danger by allowing him to be in Donovan's custody for an entire year before he was finally removed. April is now buried a few minutes away from their church, and she is missed every single day. Jamie says that she finds herself watching her daughter's TikTok videos to feel close to her, and I'm so glad that she has those. I'm sure there's so much comfort in just being able to hear her voice. She's also found a lot of healing through her faith and continues to pray that justice will be served. April was someone who was just trying to get out of her marriage, and the jealousy and anger of one man prevented her from doing so. But one thing I wanted to mention here as well is, as a result of her passing, April has saved 4 lives through organ donation, which is so beautiful to me. Jamie said she knew that's what her daughter would have wanted, and it's really a massive impact to make on those people's lives. And ultimately, I am hoping for the day that we can all know that there has been justice for April Holt. But before I leave you all today, I wanted to say that if you are a victim of domestic violence and in need of helping get out, you can call the National Domestic Violence Hotline at 800-799-7233 or text BEGIN, that's BEGIN, to 88788. But that is all I have for you guys today on April's case. More to come. I am confident that there will be justice for April very soon. And yeah, that's going to be it for me today, guys. I will be back next week to talk about another case, but until then, stay safe out there. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to True Crime with Kendall Rae. Thank you so much for joining me today. And if you're new, then welcome. I'm so happy to have you, and make sure to click subscribe so that you never miss an upload from me. So guys, today we're going to be talking about a case that, I mean, they all break my heart. This one really hit me hard. I think it's because this victim is so young and because this was so preventable that it left me feeling incredibly angry, but also very inspired by this family who has done so much for the community and to prevent this from happening to other people. After going through one of the, I mean, in my opinion, the worst thing possible in life, losing your child at a young age in such a violent, horrific way. And just this victim, Anaya Blanchard, was such a special young woman. And the family, their interviews and everything, I am beyond heartbroken for all of them. I think what really inspired me so much about their family is the way that they all came together and the way that they fought so hard for Anaya, and in the wake of their own tragedy to then think about how they can help others in their community and prevent this from possibly happening to others is just, it's amazing to me. I don't know if I could, focus on helping other people after losing my child. I think that is just beyond devastating, and I'm just kind of rambling now, but I can't even put into words how sorry I feel for them, how heartbroken I am for them, but also at the same time, how impressed I am with them, especially because they still haven't gotten justice yet. It is right around the corner. I'm very confident that they will get justice very soon. But Anaya Blanchard, who we're talking about today, like I said, was so young, but she was also just such a special young woman who had an amazing life ahead of her. And her death is such a loss to not only her family and friends and to her community, but really to the world. I think she would have really gone on to do amazing things. Also today, I wanted to make my background blue to honor Anaya because it was her favorite color and has really been a symbol to remember her and to channel her strength while her family and community has fought so hard for her. We do have a lot to go over today, so I'm going to just jump right in by telling you more about Anaya. So Anaya Haley Blanchard was born on June 22nd, 2000 to her loving parents, Angela and Elijah Sr. Now, the day that she was born was special for many reasons, but it was an especially special day because it was the same day her mom was born. So the two of them got to share a birthday, which I thought was so cool. A really special connection for the two of them, and I know it made Angela feel even closer to her daughter than they already were. Anaya was also very close with her father, Elijah Sr., as well as her older brother, Elijah Jr., who also seems like an incredible young man. He's only 17 months older than her, so I imagine that made them pretty close, but also their parents divorced when they were very young. I believe Anaya was about 2 years old, so I think that oftentimes brings siblings closer as well. And despite their divorce, both Angela and Elijah Sr. did their best to co-parent and raise their children with love, compassion, and faith. Anaya's dad was a local pastor, so having a strong faith and belief in God was very important to them. And in the aftermath of what happened, I know that they leaned heavily on their faith to get them through, and I'm really thankful that they had that to lean on. And they also leaned on their community, which seems amazing, the community of Homewood, Alabama. Homewood is just outside of Birmingham, and this is where Anaya and her brother were raised by their parents as well as their step-parents. After getting divorced, Elijah went on to marry a very intelligent and successful, not to mention beautiful woman named Yeshiba, who is an attorney specializing in veterans disability law, probate law, domestic relations, and plaintiffs litigation. And then Angela went on to marry UFC heavyweight fighter Walt Harris, who has been very outspoken about his relationship with Anaya. I personally had never heard of Walt Harris. I'm not really plugged into the UFC world, but I've got to say, I'm a fan. He was at one point ranked 9th in the world, I believe, or possibly the country. I can't remember the exact details off the top of my head, but he did very well. He is very impressive as a fighter, but most impressive as a stepfather. I've got to say, the interviews with Walt have just tore me up. His passion for his stepchildren is just it's so special and so rare, I think, to see a bond that close between step-parent and child. I mean, he had always treated Anaya and Elijah as his own children, and I just loved that. But, oh God, hearing him speak about how this has affected him and him demonstrating the pain and anger that he and their whole family has been through just really got to me. I'm just so beyond heartbroken for all of them. Now, Anaya was pretty young when Walt came into her life. I'm talking like 3-4 years old. And from the beginning, he was super active in her upbringing. I mean, really, it never felt like he was her stepfather. He was really just her other dad. And like I said, the same goes for her brother, Elijah. Walt really loved both Angela's children as if they were his own. And I don't think there's ever been any question that they felt the same about him. Anaya was actually one of Walt's biggest supporters in life, especially when it came to his fights. He says that she always pushed him to keep going and that win or lose, her love and support really never wavered, which I will say seems to be very true to her character. Anaya grew up playing softball, and not only was she very talented and dedicated to the sport, but what really made her stand out was her sportsmanship. Regardless of if her team won or lost, she was always the one inviting the opposing team onto the field to shake hands after, and I think that really tells you a lot about the type of person that she was. She had such a big heart and was always willing to put others first. That's what so many of her friends have said about her. In fact, her mom and Walt went on to have 2 other kids together, Asa and Isla, and Anaya helped a lot with them when it came to their child care. Her mother, Angela, is a pediatric emergency room nurse, so as I'm sure you can imagine, she had a lot of nights where she was busy and wasn't able to come home. And despite being a teenager and having really no obligation to help, she never hesitated to step in and look after her younger siblings. I mean, really, to her core, Anaya seemed to be an incredibly empathetic, loving, nurturing person, and it only seems fitting that, of course, one day she had hoped to become a teacher and a softball coach as well. She had natural leadership skills, she had an infectious laugh, and a smile that her loved ones say they'll never forget.
The videos that you're showing and what they're seeing is exactly who she was. She was so beautiful, but not only beautiful on the outside, her heart was so beautiful. And she was just so funny and so sweet and so caring. She was just the best. And I don't know, she was our best friend. Even though she's our daughter, she was our best friend. She was just the life of our family, to be honest with you.
Like I keep saying, the closeness of this family is just so beautiful to me. And the fact that they only had 19 years with Anaya, it's just so unfair. And her older brother, Elijah, was definitely hit incredibly hard by this loss, not only because the 2 of them were very, very close, but also because he was with Anaya the night that it happened, not long before it happened. In 2019, Elijah was a student at Auburn University, and the running joke in their family was that Anaya followed him to school. After graduating from high school, she started attending Southern Union State Community College, which was just about 20 minutes down the road from Auburn. She even got an apartment with her friend Sarah, which was actually only about 10 minutes away from where Elijah was living, and that brings us to October 23rd, 2019, which actually was a tougher day for them, but was fairly normal. I mean, no one expected what would end up happening. But that day, she and her brother were in northern Alabama, actually attending a funeral for a family friend. And understandably, it had been a very long and emotional day for them, not to mention the fact that they had driven there about 4 hours, so they had a long trip home ahead of them. And both of them had work the following morning, so as evening was rolling around, Anaya told their mom that they needed to start making that trip back home. Angela remembers telling Anaya that she loved her. She gave her a big kiss on the cheek, and it breaks my heart to say that she had no idea this would be the last time that she would ever see her daughter again. On their drive home, they made a brief pit stop in Homewood to see Walt, and he says that as soon as they left, he felt like he should have told them to stay. Anaya had mentioned being really tired, and they still had 2 hours left of their drive at that point, but she assured him that she would be okay. So they said, "I love you," which actually would be the last time, and then the 2 of them were back on the road. By the time that Anaya had dropped Elijah back off at his place, it was around 11 p.m., and they did what they normally did, said, "I love you" to one another, and Anaya told him that she would call him the next day, but that call never came. And it's heartbreaking to think about this, but like I mentioned, she only lived 10 minutes away from him, so she only had 10 more minutes to go until she would be home, but she never made it home. At 11:09 p.m., after dropping her brother off, Anaya's roommate Sarah sent her a message on Snapchat asking if she was almost home. Anaya responded and said yeah, and the 2 of them were so close that they shared their locations with one another. And one of the reasons they did this, and this is very eerie to think about, but one of Anaya's biggest fears in life was being kidnapped and murdered. And I know that this is a very common fear for most women. I mean, people in general too, but especially for women, considering the statistics. But this was a deep fear for Anaya, so much so that she had nightmares about it often. She brought it up to people a lot, and it was part of the reason that she often didn't stay out late at night. I mean, she would stay out, but normally she wouldn't stay out or be out alone unless it was a very rare circumstance. I just think that is so sad to think about, that she, had suffered from these nightmares, that this was such a prominent fear for her, that she was bringing it up all the time. It's almost like she knew. But anyway, she responded to Sarah, said that she would be home soon, and so Sarah, of course, expected to see her, pretty soon. And like I just said, she was only about 10 minutes out, but then 30 minutes went by and Anaya was nowhere to be seen. So Sarah follows up with another message asking if she had gone out without her possibly, and the response that she got definitely didn't seem like it was from Anaya. The response, which came about a minute later at 11:38 p.m., said, "I'm smoking a blunt, LOL." And she immediately thought this was weird because she had never heard Anaya use the term blunt before. And at 11:40, she responded back to her asking who she was with. And then just about a minute later, Anaya responded saying, "Eric." Now, this was also strange to Sarah because she had never heard of Eric. She had no idea who this was. So she responded saying, "Who's Eric?" And Anaya's response, and I'm sure you're probably already picking up on the fact that it wasn't Anaya responding, but the response from Anaya's phone said that she just met him. And after that, Sarah asked where they were, and the responses just stopped altogether at that point. So at this point, Sarah is thinking this is strange. Her mind isn't going to the worst possible scenario yet, but it was just strange enough that she decided to check Anaya's location. And it actually showed that Anaya was at this apartment complex that a lot of students lived at. So she thought maybe she was just there with someone and she didn't know who Eric was or whatever. So she felt comfortable just going to sleep. And I totally get where she was coming from. I mean, it's very common for college students to just meet up with random people. And she knew that this apartment complex was an area tons of students lived. Plus, she knew it to be a pretty safe area as well. So yeah, she goes to sleep and she figured she would get the tea on who this Eric guy was in the morning, but then morning rolled around and she quickly realized that Anaya never made it home. So by this point, the alarm bells are going off for her. She knew something was wrong because, I mean, for several reasons, but some of the biggest being that she thought this was so out of character for Anaya. She never would just stay the night at someone's place that she had just met. It just wasn't something she did. And she had just adopted this adorable puppy named Blue, and really in no world would she have just left him home alone. And then another big reason is that her phone was no longer showing her location, as if it had been turned off, which was very out of character for her. And right around the time that Sarah was starting to realize that something was wrong here, her mother, Angela, was also starting to get that feeling as well. And that's because she and her daughter spoke on the phone basically every single morning right around 8 a.m., which I think is so rare and special and really shows you how close they were. But when she tried to FaceTime her that morning, Anaya didn't answer. And truthfully, I mean, she tried not to think too much about it. I mean, it definitely gave her a weird feeling because Anaya just always really answered the phone, but it wasn't enough to raise alarm bells just yet. Sarah, though, on the other hand, her weird feelings were just really starting to grow. So she ends up deciding to reach out to this woman named Corinna, who Anaya babysat for, and she absolutely loved Corinna's children, and she was supposed to babysit for them that morning. So she calls her and just wanted to see if maybe Anaya had gone over there early or something. And she really did love those children and loved children in general and was also just very responsible. So never in a million years would she have just not showed up for work. But that is exactly what happened. Sarah got a hold of Corinna and she said that Anaya was a no-show that day. Now, Corinna and her kids were very close with Anaya. They really, really loved her. And Corinna had always said that Anaya was the most reliable nanny that she ever had. So her just not showing up that morning raised some serious red flags. So now at this point, Sarah's very freaked out and she decides to start physically looking for Anaya. She got in her car and drove all around Auburn, but there was no sign of Anaya. She also reached out to Elijah, but it was the same thing. He hadn't heard from his sister, and this story about her smoking a blunt with Eric seemed really out of character to him as well. So he began driving around as well and finally decided it was time to alert his parents. And when Walt and Angela received that call, their hearts just sank. They knew that something had to be wrong here because, again, Anaya, for her age, was just so responsible, so reliable that all of these things together just made no sense. So pretty much immediately, they made the 2-hour drive from Homewood to Auburn, which was 2 of the longest hours of their lives. And that's because they knew that something was wrong and they just couldn't get there fast enough. And the same goes for her dad and stepmom. They were equally as panicked. I mean, this is just a call that no parent ever wants to receive. Elijah also decided to go ahead and message Corinna just to make sure that Anaya didn't suddenly show up late or something, but he got the same answer that Sarah did, that Anaya was a no-show. And after more friends and family showed up in Auburn to try and search for Anaya themselves, they decided that it was time to just go ahead and report her missing. Now, thankfully, due to some connections that her stepmom had, the media did pick up the story right away. And also, great news here, police believed them and acted instantly. They didn't pull the whole, she probably just ran away thing that they oftentimes do. That was never a possibility in their minds either. They were just quick to support and believe this family. So they kicked off an investigation for her right away, and by October 25th, a shocking discovery was made. Around 6:15 that evening, law enforcement responded to a tip that led them to a parking lot of an apartment complex 55 miles away in Montgomery, Alabama. And there, in that parking lot, they discovered Anaya's car. It had sustained damage that was not there prior to her disappearance, and inside her car, well, investigators didn't say what they found, just that it pointed to signs of foul play.
New information tonight in news we've been following out of Auburn. Detectives now say foul play is being considered as a possibility in the case of missing 19-year-old Anaya Blanchard from Homewood. Blanchard is a Southern Union State Community College student that's right in the Auburn area. She was first reported missing October 24th. Last night, her car, a black Honda CRV, was recovered at an apartment complex off of Atlanta Highway in Montgomery. Auburn police and Montgomery police worked to process the vehicle at the scene. If you have any information about Blanchard's whereabouts, you're urged to call the Auburn Police Department.
And this just absolutely broke my heart. But Corinna, the mom that she babysat for, said that when she broke the news to her kids, they started Googling how many houses were in Montgomery because they wanted to check every single one of them. I mean, how do you even explain something like this to kids? Just horrible. But really nothing about her disappearance made any sense, and her loved ones were absolutely determined to find her.
Walt Harris, Angela Harris here. If you have any leads on where our daughter is, Anaya Blanchard, please go to the authorities. Tell someone. She was last seen in a black Honda CRV 2017. Tag is 49 B2356 BS 356. I'm sorry. She was possibly last seen downtown at downtown Auburn, Southeastern, and Sky Bar. If you have any information, please come forward.
And in just those first few days, Anaya's family, along with search teams, scoured miles and miles of land. And they were looking in alleyways, backyards, densely wooded areas, anywhere that they thought they might possibly find her. But Anaya was nowhere to be found. A reward was quickly put together, and actually the UFC organization was a very big help. The UFC president, Dana White, and also a heavyweight champion each donated $25,000, and in those first few days, the reward got up to $105,000. Like I said, the community just really came together for them, and they prayed together for her safe return. And their family really mourned every minute that they went without answers. Like I said, baby blue was Anaya's favorite color, and so baby blue ribbons were appearing all over Auburn to signify everyone's hope for her safe return. But every day that passed without finding her felt like an eternity. But thankfully, local and federal agencies were working diligently to find her. And after learning that her cell phone had shut off in the area near the Clarion Inn, which is not too far from her house, surveillance cameras in the area were checked. And that's when they ended up finding something major. At 11:21 p.m. on the night that Anaya went missing, she could be seen on surveillance footage at a Chevron gas station that was located only 2 miles away from her apartment. Only a few seconds of this footage has been released, but it's been said that she purchased a bag of sour cream and onion chips, as well as a drink before walking out. And her mom said that having a late night kind of bedtime snack was very common for Anaya. It's something that she loved to do. So this was no surprise to see that she had stopped for a snack. But even though she was only there for a minute or two, this footage ended up being crucial. And authorities did end up releasing that footage to the public on October 28th.
The search for Anaya Blanchard stretches into day 5. Police released new surveillance video that might help the case in regards to her last whereabouts here at the Chevron gas station as her parents continue to cry out for answers.
She was last wearing a dress that was black and white with some black stockings. Beautiful. A beautiful girl.
A desperate plea from Anaya Blanchard's mother, Angela Harris, asking anyone with information to do the right thing in hopes that her daughter will be found safe after police released surveillance video where she was last seen Wednesday night.
We just want our daughter home. We want her found as soon as possible.
Investigators also discovered that her license plate was picked up by a tag reader at the entrance of Interstate 85, which coincided with the direction of which her car was found. So obviously the big question here was, who was driving her car? I mean, Anaya had just told her roommate Sarah that she was about to be home, and this gas station was only 2 minutes away. So the idea that she had just suddenly decided to hop on the interstate and leave didn't make any sense, especially when you consider they found her car 2 days later abandoned with no sign of her, meaning that she had likely been intercepted by someone between leaving the gas station and getting into her car. And sadly, on October 31st, Halloween, the idea that Anaya was met with foul play was confirmed. That day, law enforcement officially confirmed that the evidence found in Anaya's car suggested that she was the victim of foul play, and they believed that she had suffered a life-threatening injury. And to say that her loved ones were devastated, especially because they had been really holding out hope, I mean, that doesn't even begin to describe the pain that they felt. And during this time, they were really leaning on prayer vigils as a source of strength. And even still, it just didn't take away from the pain that they were experiencing.
Well, dozens of people gathered here tonight at Open Door Christian Faith Worship Center in Montgomery, and they're not giving up on hope that Anaya Blanchard will return home safely. And church members stood in a circle holding hands, praying for a good outcome in the disappearance of the 19-year-old from Homewood, and investigators say they do suspect foul play. But people here at the church in Montgomery say they're holding out hope.
Togetherness, prayer, hope, support. Just letting our fellow brethren and sister know that in times like this, we come together.
Another vigil held here in Southwest Birmingham. This was a scene outside Jesus' Real Ministries. A few people showed up to show support. They sang songs, prayed, hoping for her safe return. The searches have been ongoing as investigators suspect foul play in her disappearance.
So then on November 6th, which was just about 2 weeks since Anaya had disappeared, a major announcement was made. And that announcement was that police were now seeking help in identifying a man that was seen at the same gas station at the same time as Anaya on October 23rd, and this man was now being considered a person of interest.
Auburn police asking for your help to identify a person of interest in the case of missing student Anaya Blanchard. Take a good look at this man on your screen. On the left there, captured on surveillance video inside the same convenience store that Blanchard was last seen in. He's described as being in his early to mid-20s, between 5 foot 5'10". They also say that he has the word Vans in white, and that was written on the back of a camouflage jacket. Take a good look at this picture. If you've seen this man, you're asked to call the Auburn Police Division immediately.
And get ready to be pissed off, because you will not believe how they figured out that this guy was connected. I'm seriously getting chills of anger even thinking about this, but it turns out that a witness came forward saying that he saw an individual force Anaya into her own car and drive off with her. Okay, so this witness confirmed that this individual he saw was the same guy on the surveillance footage. And sorry, I'm just getting mad, but this dude literally saw her get abducted and did nothing about it. Made no calls, didn't alert anybody, nothing. And I guess this dude told authorities that right after it happened, he told his wife, and she told him that it was none of his business and to stay out of it. Oh my God, it makes me so mad. Now, authorities did say that this guy seemed incredibly remorseful that he didn't call 911 right away, as he fucking should, in my opinion. I am trying to give him a little grace. I know that this is not his fault, but If anything, please learn from his mistake that if you see something, say something. It is law enforcement's job to look into anything that you see and decide for themselves if it's something suspicious. There is no harm in ever calling 911 if something looks wrong to you, feels wrong to you. Always make that call. It is always worth it. You could save someone's life. And thinking about the fact that this man possibly could have saved Anaya's life, it just makes my blood boil. Seriously, even if you were in that situation and you call 911 and it turns out to be nothing, you are not wasting law enforcement's time at all. I could really sit here and go on and on about how angry this detail made me, how disappointed I was to hear this, but can't change the past now, so I guess let's just continue on here. Anyways, though, it didn't take investigators very long to figure out who this guy was on the surveillance, who was seen forcing Anaya into her own car and leaving with her. And shocker, didn't end up being a guy named Eric. And on November 7th, they determined that the man believed to have abducted Anaya was 30-year-old career criminal named Ibrahim Yazid. And by the 7th, he was no longer a person of interest, but instead he was named as a full-blown suspect.
Breaking new developments in the case of missing college student Anaya Blanchard.
Police name a suspect in Blanchard's disappearance. They say he kidnapped the young woman, and he's got a violent arrest history.
Police actively looking for this man right here, 30-year-old Ibrahim Yazid. They say he's dangerous and possibly armed.
And when I tell you more about this guy and how he was able to kidnap Anaya, you're going to be pissed off, or at least you should be. Like I said, this case has just made me so unbelievably angry. But first, let's talk about his capture. Between November 6th and November 7th, a tip came in that led investigators to Pensacola, Florida. And it was a good tip because in the early morning hours of November 8th, after attempting to evade authorities, Ibrahim was arrested in Escambia County and taken into custody on charges of first-degree kidnapping. And if you're watching this episode, then you're seeing it now, but because of the fight that Ibrahim had put up during his arrest, he had a very significant injury to his eye, which caused it to swell up. So he looks pretty fucking wild in his pictures. And he fully deserved that, in my opinion. Now, like I said, this guy, you're going to be blown away when you hear about him. And I need to take a minute now to tell you about his criminal record because it is an extremely important element to this case. Starting in 2011, Ibrahim was charged with 2 counts of first-degree robbery, followed by 2 counts of attempted murder the year after that because of an incident where he tried to hit a police officer with his car. Now, all 4 of those charges were eventually dropped, but it does not stop there. In 2013, he was charged with possession of marijuana, crack cocaine, drug paraphernalia, possession of carrying a pistol without a warrant, as well as attempting to elude law enforcement. In 2015, he was indicted on those charges, and in 2 separate hearings, he received 2 13-month sentences. However, those 2 sentences ended up being suspended, and he never served any time. So then in 2017, he was charged with aggravated assault, battery of an officer, possession of marijuana, and fleeing police. And despite a 16-month sentence for these charges, he was released after only serving 8 months. And it doesn't end there, because in 2019, just months before abducting Anaya, he was charged with 2 counts of kidnapping, 2 counts of robbery, and attempted murder after he and 2 others kidnapped a 77-year-old man and beat him nearly to death. After he did that, he was driving erratically, and so police pulled him over, and that's when they found this poor older man in the vehicle clinging on to life. And this is where you're going to get especially mad. This is where the problem lies, because despite this long history of criminal behavior, often violent criminal behavior, Ibrahim was still allowed to post bond. For these last charges that he was facing, which, let me remind you, included attempted murder, his bail was posted at $295,000. And so after posting it, dude was a free man. I mean, not legally speaking, of course, but clearly he isn't one to be concerned with what the law says. So essentially a free man. And it was because of the fact that he was even granted bond in the first place that the door was open for him to go on and reoffend, which is exactly what he allegedly did, which I am pained to have to say allegedly, because there is so much evidence, but of course the trial has not happened yet, so I do have to word it that way, but I know how myself and all of you are probably feeling. But with that being said, let's go over that evidence. So on top of the witness identifying Ibrahim as the man who forced Anaya into her car, investigators also found that her car was spotted at another gas station not long after it's believed she was abducted. And just take a guess at who was seen exiting her car. It was Ibrahim. Not only that, but later on, they found his DNA in her vehicle, which, speaking of, after he was arrested, the arrest affidavit confirmed what evidence had been found in Anaya's car that led them to believe that she was the victim of foul play, and it was blood, a lot of blood. They also found a hole from a bullet in the car door, which indicated to them that she most likely had been shot. Now, following his arrest, Ibrahim appeared in court and was quickly extradited back to Lee County, Alabama, where he would be facing first-degree kidnapping charges. And as for murder charges, they were holding off until they had something more concrete, something like Anaya. The searches for her continued into mid-November, and meanwhile, Ibrahim was being held without bond, thank God, in Lee County Detention Facility. And his attorney actually asked that he be transferred back to Montgomery County, which is where the crimes allegedly took place. But a judge denied this request after the DA successfully argued that Montgomery County had repeatedly allowed this violent offender to, quote, evade prosecution. Like, in what world should this dude be able to go back to the same county whose judicial system allowed him to be free in the first place? Doesn't make a whole lot of sense. They did end up putting him into solitary confinement in Lee County after he was getting death threats from other inmates, but being able to be transferred to Montgomery, there was no way that was happening. Now, during each of his court appearances, Anaya's loved ones showed up because they wanted to show this guy that they were not backing down, and they were never going to let him feel like he had any power over them. And Walt said that it physically took everything in him not to tear this fucking guy to pieces. And it made me beyond pissed off seeing the footage of this guy in court. Like, what a smug little piece of shit. I don't even know how to describe him. There aren't bad enough words to describe this human. But during one of the hearings, he was looking back and sort of smirking at them. I mean, his whole attitude during the whole thing was just a disgusting, truly a psychotic way to behave, in my opinion. He's like smiling, kind of laughing. I mean, some of the things he was saying, like, this isn't fair to me. He just seriously did not care at all. And of course, he's only allegedly responsible for this. I keep having to say that, but just the way that he's acting, if you're watching, you're going to see the footage. There are no words. He is such a piece of shit. And I don't know how Walt was able to hold back. I would lose my mind being in the same room with this. I can't even come up with anything else to say about him. There are not words bad enough. Now, of course, more than ever, her family and friends, the community just wanted to find her. And although the authorities strongly believed that Anaya was no longer alive, and it really did seem that way, of course, her family held out hope that maybe she was, and I totally get where they're coming from, and I would probably hold on to that hope as well if I were in their position. Angela and Walt even went on to the Dr. Phil show and stated that they were still looking for her and hoped that she was somehow still alive. They were really doing anything they could to get the word out there and just, clinging on to that hope. But unfortunately, breaking news on November 22nd changed everything. That day, authorities announced that a second man, Antoine Fisher, who was known as Squirmy, also had been arrested and charged with first-degree kidnapping in Anaya's case. According to court records, he provided material assistance to Yazid by providing transportation to Yazid and disposing of evidence. Now, he did post a $50,000 bond, and the charges against him were eventually dropped, but his cooperation ultimately led them to find Anaya's body. Before getting into that, though, let's talk a little bit more about about Antoine and what he said happened. For starters, he also had an extensive criminal history, including a guilty murder conviction from 2005. And he only served 3 years in an actual prison out of a 20-year sentence because 17 of those 20 years were suspended and served on probation, which for the life of me, I will never understand. And he said that on the day Anaya was murdered, Ibrahim came to his house in Montgomery looking for some help. Antoine identified the vehicle that he was driving as a black Honda CRV, aka Anaya's car, and he said that he followed him to the same apartment complex where her car was later located. Following this, Antoine said Ibrahim got into his truck and the two of them drove to a cemetery behind a church, and when they got there, Ibrahim got out. And of course, I mean, we sort of have to take what this guy Antoine is saying with a grain of salt, considering his history. I mean, how much can he really be trusted? But he said that he happened to look into the rearview mirror and he saw Ibrahim dragging something wrapped in a comforter. And he said that he saw what he believed to be 2 legs. And then he claims when Ibrahim returned to the car, Antoine said, "Tell me that's not a body." To which Ibrahim told him that he shot a girl, quote, when she went for the gun. So, a confession, and a confession that suggested that Anaya fought back, which investigators already believed was the case. And believe it or not, there actually was a third arrest. On November 25th, David Johnson Jr. was arrested on charges of hindering prosecution. And honestly, this part does get a little confusing, so just do your best to bear with me, I guess, while I try to break it down. But basically what happened was on November 7th, when law enforcement figured out Ibrahim's identity, they got a tip that he might be at this one house in Montgomery. And just a reminder, Montgomery is where Anaya's car was found. Well, when they got there, this David Johnson Jr. guy told officers that he saw Ibrahim earlier that day, but he left with an unknown white woman in an unknown car. However, investigators later found out that Ibrahim was actually being driven to Florida by this guy's son, David Johnson III. And his son later confessed to authorities that he helped Ibrahim flee the state. And in that confession, David Johnson III said that his dad, David Johnson Jr., knew that that's exactly what he was doing. So basically, he lied to police on November 7th about Ibrahim's whereabouts, meaning that he hindered the prosecution. But anyway, let's jump back into talking about Anaya. The same day that the third arrest was made on November 25th, 2019, her remains were found with the help of Antoine, who led investigators to where he believed she was. And that was 40 miles away from Montgomery in Macon County, Alabama. Along with her remains, investigators found items of clothing, which they ended up using to help make an identification. Investigators had texted her parents to come into the station. They didn't say why, but when they did, they showed them a picture of a Sorel snow boot. And when Walt saw it, he immediately knew it was Anaya, and he knew what it meant. And he so unbelievably sad to think about this moment. This is just something that no parent or step-parent should ever have to go through. But he, I guess, immediately just dropped the phone and excused himself. And he went out into the hallway, which was like an outdoor area of this building, and started just beating on this concrete wall, like punching a concrete wall. I can't imagine the anger he must have been feeling in that moment, the despair. Oh, it's just so horrible to think about. It's really every parent's worst nightmare. Those snow boots were actually a gift that he had recently given to her. And I think in the moment, you know, the reality of it all just came crashing down on him. And of course, the rest of the family were equally as devastated. I mean, that doesn't even begin to cover it. Heartbroken, confused. I really just can't imagine anything worse. Ugh. I mean, I just couldn't help but put myself in their position in that moment. I'm sure so many of you out there with kids or just a loved one in general, you know, you can think about what that would be like to see their clothing item, especially something that you had given to them, something that you saw them wear, and to have all of that hope just leave you in that moment. Oh, it's just devastating. It's so horrible. But anyway, following this discovery, Angela shared a message about the evil and dangers that exist in this world. And hearing her talk about it is just so heartbreaking.
Even when dealing with her own pain, she still had a message for everyone else, Bria.
That's right, Guy and Sherry. She had a message for all parents and kids. She stressed to be fully aware of the evil that's out there and for kids to take safety precautions when out.
Surrounded by a sea of support, Angela Harris embraced her daughter's friends.
She would be so overwhelmed, but Anaya has always loved, you can say, her girls here. The bottom line, like, everybody loved her, and she loved everybody.
Now Harris warns them and others of the dangers lurking.
Nothing you do can prepare you for some evil that is out there, y'all. Kids, teenagers, little kids, big kids, adults. There are things going on in the world right now that you don't think are going on, and they're going on.
I honestly don't think there are even words that can describe what a loss like that would be like, especially in a moment like that. And it's beyond horrible. And I feel like saying I'm sorry for their loss just doesn't even begin to cover it. Anaya just seemed like such a wonderful person, such a genuine, warm, funny, charismatic person who loved children, who loved her friends, who loved her family so much. And this was just such a horrible, senseless act of violence that, again, was so preventable. And it's devastating. And not having justice yet, I know it's coming, but that's just gotta take such a toll on them. But again, justice is coming. On December 2nd, 2019, the district attorney announced that Ibrahim's charges had been upgraded to capital murder and that they were going to be seeking the death penalty. In total, he is now facing 3 counts of capital murder, including 1 count of capital murder during a kidnapping in the first degree, 1 count of capital murder during a robbery in the first degree, and 1 count of capital murder involving a victim in a vehicle. And this was the first day that the public was made aware of Anaya's cause of death, which was officially determined to be the result of a gunshot wound.
During the course of this investigation into the disappearance of Anaya Blanchard, it was determined by Auburn Police Division that Ibrahim Yazid abducted Anaya from the Chevron on College Street here in Auburn. Once Mr. Yazid was arrested, we felt like we had the perpetrator of this crime in custody. Our full focus of the investigation turned to finding Anaya. On November 25th, investigative efforts led us to County Road 2 in Macon County, where we discovered human remains that the Alabama Department of Forensic Sciences later positively ID'd as belonging to Anaya Blanchard. And subsequent to that, there was an autopsy done, and the medical examiner ruled that Anaya Blanchard was killed in a manner of homicide. Cause of death was a gunshot wound. As a result of the determination by the medical examiner's office, we are now upgrading the charges from kidnapping in the first degree to capital murder. And in this case, capital murder is the intentional murder during a kidnapping. And we will also be seeking the death penalty against Mr. Yazid.
A few days after his charges were upgraded, Ibrahim returned to court where he essentially fired back at the judge, saying that he has rights too and that everything they have against him is hearsay.
I got rights too.
Well, the capital murder charge that is involved with a death occurring during a kidnapping, the probable cause for that has been amended to state what is on the warrant. Each of them satisfy probable cause to charge you with the crime. The second capital murder charge involves the shooting with a firearm inside a vehicle. And that itself can constitute capital murder, as I'm sure your lawyer has told you.
But they don't have no video, no audio of me shooting anyone. That's what I'm trying to see. How y'all gonna bind me over on hearsay, but y'all ain't presenting no evidence. And then now there's a whole different state. There's a whole different convenience store, you saying. So why the kidnapping and all that did not get dismissed?
I'm not a law enforcement officer, and I'm not going to argue their case for you. What's on the probable cause warrant does satisfy the issuance of the warrant, and I have done that. And these conversations would be better had with your lawyer outside the presence of a courtroom.
Now, I did mention this earlier, but all of the charges against Antoine were dropped, and that officially happened on December 17th. Now, it's a bit technical, but I believe the charges were dropped, obviously, because of his cooperation, but also because they decided that he wasn't technically an accomplice in Anaya's murder.
Charges against Antoine Fisher were dismissed within the past hour by Lee County Judge Russell Bush. This comes after the district attorney's office filed a motion to dismiss. Investigators originally said Fisher disposed of evidence and provided transportation for the primary suspect, Ibrahim Yazid. Blanchard went missing on October 23rd. Her body was found last month in a wooded area in Macon County.
Now, I know this episode has been really, really tough, and I'm going over a lot of the bad. Obviously, we have to. But I want to take a moment to talk about some of the good. And I mean, as good as possible, given the circumstances. On December 21st, 2019, a celebration of life was held in honor of Anaya, and nearly 2,000 people showed up in her honor. And beautiful really doesn't even begin to describe that day. And their community really showed up to give this family their support, which, like I have said, they had been doing since day one. Angela spoke during the ceremony and gave an incredibly heartfelt speech where she thanked everyone who supported them. And it's just so bittersweet because I'm grateful that they got that support, but I'm devastated that they needed it in the first place.
But I want to say one more thing. I don't think we can stress this enough to say thank you to all the people from day one when we knew that something was wrong. We can't find Anaya. Hundreds of people, our friends, our family, were there in an instant. And they never left our side. And people we didn't know, the search teams, Vet Dirty, then Equal Search, and everybody else. There's so many people to thank. Seth Brigette, Teola Winston, Haley, Jeremy Hurd. These are just special people that, Will Brooks. There's a lot of people to thank, but I just want them to know and that how much that meant to us, because without them, we wouldn't, those first 30 days wouldn't have, I don't know what we would have done, but they kept us together and they kept us focused. And I just want to say thank you again to all those people who came and helped, and again, who helped supply meals, supplied hotels for our families, the search crews, and anything you did. Anything you did, we can't acknowledge everybody, but I sincerely want to acknowledge everybody because I know everybody has done something, so thank you.
Yeshiba also spoke, and her words were just as powerful. She made a commitment as an attorney and as someone who loved Anaya that they were going to get the laws changed so that this never happens again, that a violent offender could not be granted bond and given the opportunity to commit murder the way that Ibrahim was allegedly able to do.
There's a lot that us as parents we're going to do to help get some laws changed. I'm going to use my platform as an attorney, a Birmingham attorney, an attorney in this great state of Alabama, to get some laws changed. Me and my husband will be making trips down to Montgomery along with Angela and Walt. So that alert will be present. So this will never happen again. And so again, I want to thank all of my colleagues and everybody that reached out and allowed me, Elijah, Angela, and Walt to use their resources. Thank you.
And let me tell you, that's exactly what they did. Anaya's law was passed in November of 2022, and her family did exactly what they set out to do when they decided that a change needed to be made. Anaya's law, quote, provides judges with more authority to deny bail to individuals charged with some of the most serious crimes. The law is designed to protect the public from individuals who pose a significant risk to society. It seeks to balance the rights of the accused with the safety of the community. Above all, Anaya's law aims to prevent future tragedies similar to Anaya Blanchard's case. The law requires that a pre-trial detention hearing be held when a defendant is charged with murder, kidnapping, rape, domestic violence in the first degree, human trafficking in the first degree, burglary, arson, and aggravated child abuse. This is such a major accomplishment, especially with how quickly they got this done, and that in their time of need and grief that they turned their attention to protecting others. I just hope that they are all so proud of themselves for the work that they have done to keep their community safe. And Here's a clip of Angela and Walt talking a little bit more about it.
Walt, tell me a little bit about Anaya's Law. You together fought to change things in Alabama so that other people wouldn't go through what you're going through. As I understand it, at the time that Anaya was killed, Alabama law said that only capital murder suspects could be denied bail, but this suspect was out on bond for kidnapping and attempted murder and robbery, but not a capital crime. That's different now, right? That's changed.
Yes, ma'am. Anaya's Law is a law that gives judges the opportunity to keep violent offenders behind bars. They have a hearing process. They present evidence that either on the side of keeping them or the side of letting them go, and the judge makes a decision based on what he's hearing. And there's been a amazing amount, amazing amount of judges that are using it to keep violent offenders off the street.
I also wanted to mention that during her celebration of life, they officially named December 21st as Anaya Blanchard Day. And in the years since, they have used the day to, really honor Anaya, to remember her for the beautiful person that she was inside and out. And a few months later, in early 2020, a bench that they dubbed Anaya's Bench was placed at Patriot Park in her memory. And it's a place where friends, family, and the community can go and talk about her, feel connected to her, and keep her memory alive. It was actually a park that she and her friends used to go to together before they could drive, and it just holds a lot of significance to their family. And later, on the 1-year anniversary of her murder, Walt got back into the ring after having taken some time off from fighting, and he had actually considered stopping altogether, but he says that Anaya came to him in a dream and told him to keep going. And I just think it's really beautiful that he continues to fight in her honor, because I really do think that that's something that she would have wanted. She was always in, huge support of Walt, and I think it's kind of a beautiful way to honor her. And then in July of 2020, Angela and Walt created Anaya's Heart, which is a nonprofit that provides resources to help families who have missing loved ones. Their mission is to preserve her memory and prevent others from becoming a victim of violence. Anaya's Heart provides safety education and self-defense training to their community, as well as search and recovery support to families who have become victims. And this week, I wanted to make a donation in support of their nonprofit and the work that they're doing, because I think it is so incredibly important. I mean, personal safety is something that we should all be taught. I think it should be required in the school system, and free courses should be offered everywhere. And it's sad that it has to be that way. It's sad that we live in that world, but being able to get away from someone in a situation like that, it could really mean the difference between life and death. And so I think the work that they're doing is so valuable.
I'll be honest, it's hard to get up some days. We're still dealing with it day by day. It never gets easier, but if we can help somebody, I think that'll give us a little bit of solace to get through it. For all women, they need to understand that these perpetrators don't want to fight. They don't want a person that's resilient, resistant. They want somebody that'll comply. And at all costs, you must fight. Fight till you can't fight anymore, and it'll probably save your life.
And I'll be sure to link their page below in case you're interested in learning more, or maybe you want to consider making a donation yourself. And just while I'm talking about their family and all of the good that they've done, I wanted to bring up something that really stood out to me in this case. Do you guys remember Carlee Russell? I didn't cover Carlee Russell on this channel. I covered it on my other podcast, The Sesh, a little bit, but I really was so angered by that whole situation that I couldn't bring myself to cover it. But she was the girl back in 2023. I'm sure most of you have heard of her, who faked her abduction. Yeah, real great person. Well, before Angela knew that Carlee was faking it, she and their nonprofit, Anaya's Heart, spent like 2 full days helping search for her. She was incredibly outspoken about wanting to help find her because she knew what it was like to have her daughter be abducted, only to find out that Carlee was a total fraud. And I could really, spiral into a whole conversation and rant about this, but I just wanted to say how utterly disrespectful Carlee Russell's actions were, not only to law enforcement, who obviously wasted a ton of resources, time, and money, but also to everyone else who invested their time and money and energy and emotions into her bullshit. I mean, the whole country was invested in the story for a long time, or like a lot of people, obviously, not the whole country, but I mean, that whole thing just blew my mind and still makes me mad, clearly, to this day. But it's especially infuriating to think about people like Anaya's parents, whose child was actually abducted and then killed, and for them to have spent their time and energy and resources trying to help. The whole thing was just so fucking absurd and makes me incredibly angry. But Angela has said that she has no regrets about what she did to help Carly and that she would do it again. So that just tells you a lot about her. Her passion for helping other victims is what drives her. And she said that she's not going to let this one horrible incident stop her from doing so. Now, before I wrap up this episode, there are a couple of things that I need to update you on regarding on where the case stands today. Ultimately, the pandemic, like it did for so many other cases, really slowed down the process of getting justice for Anaya. And unfortunately, Ibrahim's trial was pushed back again. Right now, they're saying that he's going to go to trial sometime in the spring of 2025. And although the exact date hasn't been set, and as of March 2023, he has pleaded not guilty on all 3 counts of capital murder. And since his arrest, big shocker here, he definitely hasn't stayed out of trouble. In April of 2020, he was accused of biting a corrections officer, which is a literal felony. I guess he had taken a shower and the officer was trying to get him to go back into his cell, and he refused and then just literally bit this man. Then in June of 2020, they connected him to another murder in Montgomery County. It was a case that had gone cold back in 2018 where a guy named Stephen Hamby was shot to death in a wooded area, and another woman had been shot in the face during that whole incident, but luckily she survived. And like I said, it had gone cold, but after re-examining the case, Ibrahim was identified as a suspect. So clearly this man has a lot of time in court ahead of him. And if he is truly guilty, which clearly we know how I feel, and I know probably how you all feel, then I hope that he is prosecuted to the full extent of the law. Anaya's loved ones deserve justice. They deserve that closure, as do all of his alleged victims and their families. 5 years is 5 years too long for this to have just been looming over their heads all this time. I truly cannot imagine what that would be like and how you would even function, let alone go on and do all these amazing things for other people. So I'm just, again, I can't say it enough. I'm so impressed with them. But after all they have been through, I do believe, I have full faith, actually, that justice is well on its way. But that is unfortunately all I have for you guys on this case at this point. I suggest following the case, showing this family as much support as you can, and all of the other families who are going to be going through the court process when it comes to Ibrahim as well. But yeah, I definitely want to hear your thoughts. And I just once again want to say my heart just truly goes out to their family. And God, it's just so beyond tragic. Anaya seemed like such an amazing person, and saying it's a loss just doesn't feel like enough. But yeah, that is it for me today, you guys. I will be back next week to discuss another case. And until then, stay safe out there. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to True Crime with Kendall Rae. Thank you so much for joining me today. And if you are new, then welcome. I'm so happy to have you. And be sure to click subscribe so that you never miss an upload from me. So guys, today we're going to be talking about a case that is just unbelievable. It's heartbreaking. It's shocking. I don't know how I hadn't heard of this one and how it has such minimal coverage. There's really barely anything out there. And I think it's a case that really needs to be talked about. This actually was a request in my members only request form. And when I started looking into it, I was just shocked that something like this can actually happen. Like, it's hard to believe. We're going to be talking about the murder of Colleen Ritzer, who was only 24 years old when her life was stolen from her in a absolutely brutal way. And it's just beyond heartbreaking because Colleen, not only was she so young, but she was an amazing person. A person that anyone would be lucky to have as a teacher. And it's just beyond devastating to think that not only does her family and friends have to live their lives without her and the light that she brought to all of them, but also to all of the students who either had her already as a teacher and had a great experience with her. She was so loved as a teacher, but also all of the future students who should have had her and won't ever get that opportunity. Colleen was that type of person that found so much passion and joy in everyday life and really seemed to bring that out in others, especially her students. She was really into inspirational quotes, and there was one specifically that she really liked to live by, and that is, "Every day may not be good, but there is good in every day." And I just love that. And it is great timing to cover Colleen's story because today is October 22nd when this episode is being uploaded. So if you're watching it today is Kindness for Colleen Day. And so I thought it was a great day to share her story, to inspire others to do a random act of kindness. I will talk more about what this means, but it's basically an initiative that her family has started in her honor to encourage others to do something kind for another person on this day. And I would love to hear from some of you guys out there if, you did do an act of kindness today or you're planning to do one. It would be really cool, especially if her family ends up seeing the comment section, to have that filled with random acts of kindness inspired by Colleen. I also wanted to share her story because her family is absolutely amazing, and everything that they have done to honor Colleen's memory and help others and inspire others in the process has been really, really cool to see. And I'm always just so inspired by families who go through the unimaginable tragedies in life and still try to think of ways that they can find that silver lining, find a way to inspire others, find a way for their loved one's memory to live on and help others. There's much more to go over as far as what their family has done, so stay tuned to the end. I'll tell you more about Kindness for Colleen and everything else that they have done as well. But like I said, I just could not believe the details of this case. I couldn't believe it doesn't have more coverage, that more people haven't heard Colleen's story, and just that something like this can happen. I mean, when you hear, you're just going to be blown away. There were so many failures that led to her murder, and God, there's a lot to go over. So let's just jump in. I want to tell you more about Colleen because she really was such a wonderful, wonderful human. So Colleen Elizabeth Ritzer was born on May 13th, 1989 to her parents Peggy and Tom. And just a few years later, she became a big sister to her little brother, Dan. And she actually cried the day he was born because she wanted a sister so badly. But she ended up getting her wish of a baby sister too, named Laura, not long after that. And from a very young age, Colleen's kind, thoughtful, and caring personality really began to shine through. She had this nurturing way about her when it came to her siblings, and she was always finding little ways to help out where she could. Throughout her whole life, it seems she was really dedicated to helping others and actually was even awarded Best Helper in her class. And I want to say she must have been in kindergarten or first grade, but it just goes to show you how young she truly was when she started exhibiting these selfless behaviors. Colleen's family has shared some home video of her as a child and as a baby, and oh my God, it just broke my heart to see. She was so adorable, and having a toddler myself, it hits home. I just can't imagine going through what her family has.
Think about kindergarten.
Good.
What are you going to do with kindergarten?
Color with Stephanie. I said hi to her yesterday at Writing People.
Is it? Good. Excited?
But she said, hi, do you want to be my friend?
She did.
And I said, yeah.
And as I'm sure you can tell, Colleen made many friends in her life. And I mean, who wouldn't want to be friends with Colleen? And she had many friendships that she kept for life. She was such a loyal person, and anyone who had, the good fortune of knowing Colleen would tell you the same. They would also probably tell you that family was one of, if not the most important thing to Colleen. Ever since her siblings were born, she always was looking after them, nurturing them. And as they grew older, her support and love for them really only got stronger. She was their leader. She was their biggest supporter and the person that would do anything in the world to make sure that they were happy. Her family also says that her heart was just too big for words. And from what I learned about her, that really does feel incredibly true. She was just that type of person who always put the needs of others before her own and was really just defined by her selflessness and ability to help others. As young as just 3 years old, Colleen had already really developed a knack for helping other people. And the older she got, the more obvious it became that she had one true calling in life, and that was teaching. Because Colleen was really a natural born leader, and not in the sense that she was like bossy or needed recognition. She just genuinely loved helping people, and knew how to get through to the younger generation. Now, her interest in teaching and goal to become a teacher one day started young, but it really blossomed during her senior year of college. In 2011, she was a senior at Assumption College, and part of her degree required that she complete, obviously, student teaching credits. And she was assigned to work with high school students struggling with math. Colleen just had this effortless ability to explain really difficult concepts in math in a way that someone who may not be so good at math, like myself, was able to understand and feel capable of actually learning these concepts. Just by listening to how many students she truly impacted and made them excited about their education just shows you that this is what she was meant to do. So Colleen got a job as a math teacher, of course, at Danvers High School in Danvers, Massachusetts. And although she'd only been teaching there for a year, the students and faculty just absolutely loved her. And she was young. I mean, she was only 24 years old, but being young seemed to really be one of her many strengths. And that's because she was really able to connect with her students on a level that they could understand. Like, for example, using her Twitter to post updates for her students, sharing inspirational quotes, just little things to get them engaged in their learning. I just thought it was really cool that she could relate to her students, but also maintain a level of professionalism. And I think that's really rare. And she was a teacher that anyone would be lucky to have. But obviously, the reason I am telling you Colleen's story today is because her life was senselessly taken from her in such a brutal way. I'm telling you, even after all the years I have covered these cases, there are ones like this where it's hard to even accept that evil like this can exist. So that brings us to Tuesday, October 22nd, 2013. And that day was really like any other day, very normal routine for Colleen. She taught a full day of classes, finishing around 2 p.m., and then planned to stick around for another hour in case students wanted to come in and get some additional help. And I really think the teachers that do that, like offer that extra time, go above and beyond, just sets them so far apart from other teachers. Now, to my knowledge, based on what has been reported, there were 2 students that stayed later that day. And one of these students was a new student named Philip Chisholm. Philip had recently moved with his mom to Danvers from Tennessee because his parents had gotten divorced. And Philip was quiet, and honestly, there wasn't much else that stood out about him. He was on the junior varsity soccer team and is said to have been pretty decent at that. But besides that, he was really just an average student. But that Tuesday, he actually failed to show up for soccer practice. And in all honesty, his coach wasn't that concerned because, students miss practice often for many different reasons. But later that evening, around 6:30 p.m., he actually didn't end up coming home. So his mother got worried and she ended up calling 911 to report him missing. But she wasn't the only parent who was missing their child that day. Colleen's parents, Peggy and Tom, noticed that she also didn't come home from school that day. And she was still living at home with her parents. And obviously she was an adult and could come and go as she pleased. But Colleen really followed a routine and was very communicative with her parents. So they thought it was odd that she just didn't come home, didn't tell them where she was or that she was running late. It was just really out of character to them. So her father, Tom, actually drove over to the school to see if she was there, and her car was still parked there, but Colleen was nowhere to be found. He couldn't find her in her classroom, and he even ended up contacting another teacher to see if she knew where his daughter was, but nobody had heard from Colleen. Even her friends hadn't heard from her, which was really strange. And while her parents were trying to figure out where she was, the school principal was alerting the faculty that there was a missing student. So then sometime between 8 and 9 p.m., a mass email was sent out explaining that 14-year-old Philip Chisholm hadn't been seen and that his mother had reported him missing. And not too long after this, 2 really important connections were made. Not only were people becoming aware that Colleen was also missing, but they realized that the missing student, Philip, was in her last class of the day, which couldn't be a coincidence, right? And it wasn't. Now, I'm sure you could guess this, but one of the first things police obviously did was try and ping both of their phones and see if they could find their last known location, then maybe find them that way. Now, Colleen's phone last pinged about 25 minutes on foot away from the school, and Philip's phone last pinged at a nearby movie theater. But when police got to the theater, Philip was nowhere to be found. And according to surveillance footage, Philip did go and see a movie, but it wasn't clear where he went afterwards. And they also didn't find Colleen where her phone last pinged. So they kicked off searches in the areas where the phones had pinged. And then they also did searches of the school, and some major discoveries were found pretty quickly. At around 10:30 p.m., an officer arrived at Danvers High School, and they were tasked with reviewing the school's security footage. And they had actually just installed over 100 new cameras, and some incredibly valuable information was discovered. But when the officer first arrived, the computer that stored all of this footage was having trouble booting up. So while he was waiting for that to start working, he went outside to the wooded area that surrounded the school to speak with some of the officers about how their search was going. And boy, did they find a lot. He was informed that they had found a bag, a recycling bin that appeared to have blood inside, some shoes, clothing, and other items believed to belong to Colleen. And then they also discovered reddish-brown stains in the second-floor women's bathroom, which they believed to be blood. And so obviously, based on these findings, they were now operating under the belief that foul play had likely occurred. And at 11:45 p.m., the security footage was finally ready to be viewed. And when they did, unfortunately, that belief was quickly confirmed. Luckily for investigators, this footage revealed a whole lot. And oftentimes I'm not able to find security footage to play it for you, but this time I actually am. So here's what they saw. At approximately 2:54 p.m., Colleen can be seen exiting her classroom, waving at someone, and then walking towards the second floor women's bathroom. And just as she exits the frame, Philip Chisholm can also be seen exiting the classroom and looking both ways down the hall. Colleen then enters the bathroom, and around this time, Philip takes one step back into the room, puts his hood on, and then proceeds down the hall in the same direction of the second floor women's bathroom. And as he enters the frame of the camera just outside the bathroom, you can see him putting on a pair of gloves. And this is very chilling and disturbing, but 11 minutes later, another student, a girl, is actually seen entering the same bathroom, but luckily within a second, she had turned around and left. And when she was interviewed later on, she said that she thought she had walked in on someone getting dressed, so she immediately shut the door. And God, just imagine if she hadn't. Imagine if she had walked in and actually seen what Philip was doing. I don't even want to think about what could have happened. So then less than 2 minutes later, Philip can be seen leaving the bathroom and walking down the halls, then leaving the building. He returns shortly after, and this time he's wearing a white t-shirt and jeans, and he has no hood over his head. And then he runs down the halls back to Colleen's classroom, where he grabs both his and her belongings, along with a black ski mask, which he puts on, and a red hooded sweatshirt, which he appears to drape over the ski mask. Then around 3:15, Philip can be seen wearing that same red sweatshirt with no ski mask on, but now he is wheeling a greenish black recycling bin down the hall. He then enters the women's bathroom on the second floor, the same bathroom that Colleen was never seen leaving, and 5 minutes later, he leaves the bathroom with the ski mask on, wheeling the recycling bin out. And I just cannot believe nobody, as far as we know, saw him. Philip then wheels that recycling bin out of the building and through the parking lot. And then about 25 minutes later, he is seen back in the parking lot without the recycling bin, and he proceeds to run back into the building without shoes on, where his jeans were very, very clearly soaked in blood. And then after this, he goes into a different bathroom, changes his clothes once again, and makes one final trip to the second floor women's bathroom, where he stays for a minute before just leaving the building. Following this, he was spotted in the parking lot talking to another student, and he eventually re-enters the building and basically proceeded to walk the halls. And it's unclear why he was just walking around, but this appears to go on for several minutes. And for anyone who's watching this or listening to this episode, I'm sure you are absolutely shocked that something like this could even happen inside a school. And just imagine how investigators thought when they were reviewing this footage. And really, this was as good of proof as they were going to get as far as figuring out what happened here. I mean, it seemed pretty obvious right off the bat. And as we know, they did end up finding other things in the woods, including the recycling bin. And eventually, they also found clothes with bloodstains on them, as well as a pair of white bloodied gloves. Canine search teams, as well as the fire department's thermal imaging unit, were brought in, although neither were able to uncover Colleen's remains. The only reason they were actually able to find her remains was because of Philip. Right around 12:30 p.m., an officer with the Topsfield Police Department department was dispatched to Highway Route 1 after a report came in that a young male was seen walking along the roadway. And by this point, Topsfield PD had been notified that there was a missing 14-year-old from Danvers, which was just 6 miles south of where they were, but they weren't aware that the individual on the road was that same person. And at first, because it was so dark and because Philip is pretty tall for his age, they actually believed that he was a man in his 20s. And it wasn't until they started talking with him for a couple minutes that they actually realized that he was Philip Chisholm, the missing student. What's important to note, though, is that this officer was actually unaware that there was also a missing teacher who was presumed dead. Regardless, he still asked Philip what was in his backpack, and Philip responded that it was filled with survival gear. And the backpack wasn't searched yet at this point, but they did ask him to remove the contents of his pockets. And in his pockets, he had been carrying a rock, a driver's license, an insurance card, a credit card, all with the name Colleen Ritzer on them. Now, again, the officer didn't know that a teacher at the school was also missing, but regardless, they obviously thought it was strange that Philip was carrying around several forms of identification belonging to another person. So the officer just straight up asks him where he got these things. And at first, he said he found them at Stop and Shop. And then he changed his answer and said that they were from her car. So obviously to this officer who doesn't have the full picture, doesn't know that Colleen's missing, all of these things alone are looking very strange. He's definitely concerned. So by 12:41 a.m., Philip was brought into the Topsfield police station, and this is when his backpack was officially searched. And when they did finally search that backpack and removed everything in it, it was shocking to say the least. Inside his backpack, officers not only found a woman's purse and a woman's pair of underwear, but they also found a box cutter that was clearly covered in blood. And when they asked Philip whose blood it was, all he said was, "It's the girls." And at this point, the officers were still unaware that a woman was missing, but that alone was enough to tell them that something bad happened, that there was much more to uncover here. So one officer left the room to contact Danvers PD, and the other officers stayed and continued to ask Philip more questions. And one of those questions, and I'm sure you could already guess, was, where is this girl? And all Philip said was she's buried in the woods, and that no, they wouldn't be able to help her. And by this time, his mom had been notified and was asked to come to the Danvers police station, which is where Philip was now being transferred. Just after 1:30 a.m., she arrived and was briefly interviewed by police before she and Philip were finally able to see one another. They were given permission to speak privately with one another, but by 2:30 a.m., an official interrogation of Philip began. And of course, because he's a minor, his mother was allowed to stay in the room with him while he was being interrogated. But interestingly, not long after they began his interrogation, Philip actually told officers that he wanted her to leave. His interview lasted an hour and 44 minutes, and for the most part, he pretty much just fessed up and told them what happened. I mean, some of his answers were definitely misleading, or maybe he was getting confused or didn't really, was still processing what he had done. So some of it was sort of a version of the truth, but for the most part, he told them pretty much exactly what he had done. And the truth was, he was responsible for killing Colleen and dumping her body in the woods. For example, and this is disturbing, but Philip explained that he had karate chopped her neck and then cut her throat with that box cutter. The officer drew this sort of vague diagram of her head and neck and asked Philip to draw where exactly he cut her and how many times. And so it's details like this that he either was trying to be misleading or straight up just didn't remember what he had actually done. But he explained that he had cut her neck twice. He drew the two lines onto this diagram onto her neck where he said he had cut. But later on, when they did an autopsy, it turned out that she had actually been stabbed 16 times. And then he also did lead them to her body, again with another diagram. He drew out where exactly he had dumped her body in relation to the recycling bin that they had found. And then he also drew out where he had smashed both of their cell phones. And for him to just be openly sharing all of this and talking about it pretty casually is obviously completely shocking to the officers. And I'm sure you're wondering why. Why would this young student kill his teacher in such a violent and brutal way? I mean, he's 14 years old. It's almost just hard to believe. I mean, I know these things happen and that young people do commit heinous murders and do horrific things that most of us could never imagine doing at that age or ever. But I mean, oh my God, I just have no words. It's unbelievable. And when it comes to why, the explanation that Philip gave was that he was talking to her and that she used some type of trigger word that set him off, but he wouldn't share what that word was. He just said that he felt insulted by it. And then he tells officers that after she insulted me, I became the teacher, which is just bone chilling. And then he went on to explain that he doesn't believe in morals and that he just wanted to get caught and go to juvie. And if what they knew at this point about her murder, based on what he was telling them, wasn't horrific enough, it made it so much worse when they actually did discover her body in the condition that it was in. Colleen's body was found and she was declared dead at approximately 3 a.m. And when they found her, she was naked from the waist down. She had her bra pulled up. And I don't even want to say these words. It's horrible, but I know I have to explain this case. But they did find a stick lodged in her groin area. They also found this handwritten note that said, "I hate you all." And I'm sure that the discovery of her body is an image that will never leave the men and women who found her. And it will definitely never leave the minds of those who loved her. I mean, the violence that Colleen met at the end of her life in such an unexpected way, I'm sure she never could have imagined that she would be murdered in such a brutal and violent way in the school that she loved, where, you know, she had so many happy, joyful memories and experiences, and being killed right there in the school, in the bathroom. Just, I mean, no one could have ever expected it, right? It seems hard to believe that that could actually happen. An autopsy later revealed that she had, in fact, been sexually assaulted, and not just by the stick, but also by Philip himself. Her official cause of death was determined to be related to the stab wounds as well as asphyxiation. Colleen's wake was held on October 27th, and an hour before it even began, a line of hundreds of people started to form.
Now, an outpouring of grief and compassion at the wake of a beloved teacher. Hundreds turning out to honor the memory of Colleen Ritzer. She is the young math teacher who was murdered at Danvers High School last week. Our Julie Lonchek is live in Andover tonight where that wake is happening. Julie?
Heather, at times the line of mourners wrapped around St. Augustine's Church here in Andover. Hundreds coming to pay their final respects to a beloved daughter, sister, friend, and teacher.
She's an inspiration to all of us. She was an inspiration to me to live my life to the fullest every single day.
Colleen's favorite color was pink, a color that dotted the crowd in ribbons and flowers, a crowd that included many of her students and her former roommates at Assumption College.
Colleen was a wonderful person. Our room was decorated with inspirational quotes everywhere. It was such an uplifting place to live.
A math teacher at Danvers High, Ritzer was murdered last week at the school she loved, allegedly by one of her own students. But friends say she wasn't just a victim, she was a vibrant young woman with an infectious smile and outlook on life.
The following morning, her funeral services were held, and over 1,000 people, including friends, family, students, co-workers, members of the community, all gathered there to support her and her family. It was a loss that this community had never experienced before, never expected to experience, and of course, just a reminder of how precious life can be. But knowing who Colleen was, they knew that she wanted them to focus on the good. So for all the sadness that they felt, they did their best to make that day a celebration of the life that she lived. I just have so much respect and admiration for the way that her family was able to come together in those moments so soon, never expecting that that was going to happen, and really honor her life. And for the community too, all coming together, it's beautiful to see, even after such a horrific event. I mean, you would never know how you personally would handle something like this until you've actually lived it. And of course, there's no right or wrong way to grieve. I just think that the way that they went about things is so inspirational to me. I mean, their strength as a family and the community as well is Yeah, it's amazing to me. I'm truly moved by the way that they have honored Colleen. And as soon as I get through telling you, the rest of the details of the case and the trial, I want to talk more about what they have done to honor her because it's incredible. Now, as for Philip, he was arrested in those very early morning hours of October 23rd, 2013, and charged with murder, aggravated rape, and robbery. And that robbery charge was related to the fact that he had stolen her credit card and used it at a nearby Wendy's. Imagine doing something like that and then just rolling over to the Wendy's. It's like, oh my God. Now, investigators were able to figure out a little bit more when it comes to the why. What was the motive here? What made Philip want to do this? And some of that came from a fellow student who was also in the classroom after school hours with Colleen and Philip. And then some of it also came from a teacher that she had spoken to right before she was murdered. So starting with what the student had to say, investigators learned that Philip wasn't really paying attention in class that day, so Colleen had asked him to stay late and chat with her. And this wasn't surprising to me, considering how much Colleen was able to connect with her students and truly seemed to care about them. But she wasn't even angry with him at all. He wasn't being punished. She just wanted to check in, see how things were going, seeing if he was understanding the concepts in class. And according to this student, while Colleen was talking with him, she said the word Tennessee. And if you remember, Philip had actually just moved to Danvers from Tennessee because of his parents' divorce. And I can't say for certain, nobody knows for certain if the word Tennessee was the word that Philip said triggered him, but the student said that after Colleen had said Tennessee, Philip became noticeably upset. The student said that Colleen noticed he was upset, so much so that she ended up changing the subject after to make sure he wasn't feeling uncomfortable. But according to that other teacher that she spoke with just before she was murdered, Colleen mentioned that she didn't know why Philip was still hanging around. Now, obviously, these statements are a bit contradictory, so I wasn't able to get much clarity, but my guess here is that it's possible that Colleen asked him to stay after class, but she was confused why he kept hanging around after she was done speaking to him. And after this point, well, we all know what happened. Philip was ultimately held without bail, and despite the overwhelming evidence against him, he decided to plead not guilty, specifically not guilty by reason of insanity, which I'm sure a lot of you guessed would be his plea. He and his attorneys were planning to say that Philip suffered a psychotic break, and that led him to this violent outburst, and that this was a one-time thing that did not reflect on who he was as a person. Here's the thing, though. He had another one of these violent outbursts while he was awaiting trial. In 2014, Philip attacked a Department of Youth Services worker who he'd followed into the bathroom and proceeded to choke until he was stopped by other people who intervened, thankfully. This, of course, resulted in additional charges, including attempted murder, which he only recently, in April of 2024, has pleaded guilty to. But anyway, in 2015, Philip's trial for the murder of Colleen Ritzer began, and as I was saying, he was trying to use insanity as his defense. His defense attorneys had a psychiatrist testify that he suffered from early onset schizophrenia and also other mental health problems that resulted in this temporary psychosis.
Now, at the end of his stay in 2015, did you reach a diagnosis for Philip Chisholm?
I did.
And what was that diagnosis?
I made two diagnoses. One was a depressive state, best described in my view as a major depressive state, and another was a brief or transient psychotic episode.
Now, in forming your diagnosis, what did you rely on?
I relied on my clinical observations, the observations of the clinical team. I had available to me two psychological reports from done early in the fall.
And I know mental health is a very sensitive subject that people feel differently on, but for the sake of this trial, this was the major element that needed to be addressed. Because as a reminder, Philip wasn't just pleading not guilty, he was pleading not guilty by reason of insanity. So of course, determining Philip's sanity was the difference between a guilty and not guilty verdict. But a psychiatrist for the prosecution argued something completely different. that Philip was completely sane at the time of the murder.
And with respect to whether Philip Chisholm was suffering a mental disease or defect on October 22nd of 2013, did you reach an opinion to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty?
I did.
What was that opinion?
My opinion is that on the date of the alleged offense, Mr. Chisholm was not suffering from a mental disease or defect.
And despite having reached that opinion, did you go on to march along through the rest of the standard?
Yes, I did.
And did you reach an opinion to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty as to whether he understood the wrongfulness of his conduct and could conform his conduct to the requirements of the law?
I did reach an opinion onto that.
What was that opinion?
My opinion was that although Mr. Chisholm at the time may have been showing some indications of distress or emotional disturbance, that to the extent to which they were present, they did not substantially impair his capacity to distinguish the wrongfulness or criminality of his act, to identify that, nor did it substantially impair his ability to conform his conduct to the requirements of law.
And I'm sure the jury struggled with what to believe. I'm sure some of you are struggling with what to believe. I mean, here were two professionals testifying, each running their own tests and coming up with two completely different conclusions. But what I think is most important to remember here is that Philip did come to school that day completely prepared to commit this murder. He had a ski mask, he had a box cutter, he had a change of clothes. So it wasn't like any of this was a spur of the moment attack. I mean, is that really the backpack of a student that came to school with no intention to commit murder? I don't think so. Given what he had brought with him that day, it was argued that Philip 100% without a doubt plotted Colleen's murder. And for those who took the stand, there was a lot of compelling testimony, but there's one person's testimony that I want to specifically mention, and that's the custodian from Danvers High School, because I'm sure a lot of you are wondering, where was all the blood? I know I had mentioned that there was some blood found in the bathroom, some reddish brown stains, but obviously there would have been a lot more, right? I haven't yet mentioned any, super obvious crime scene. Well, that's because unfortunately this custodian, completely by accident, ended up cleaning up the crime scene. I mean, I'm sure it was the last thing that he was thinking could be in a school bathroom. His English isn't very strong, and according to sources, he alerted a staff member of what he found, and there was basically a miscommunication. I don't really understand what the miscommunication was, but because of whatever miscommunication happened, that blood ended up being cleaned up.
When you opened up the door to that bathroom, can you describe to the jurors what you saw?
Cuando usted abrió la puerta a ese baño, ¿podría usted describirle al jurado qué fue lo que usted vio?
Sangre.
Blood.
So in closing statements, the defense reminded the jury of Philip's psychiatric evaluations, and she went on for almost an hour talking about how the evidence proved that he was suffering from early onset schizophrenia.
Now, the evidence is clear that Philip Chisholm has suffered from a psychotic disorder, most likely early onset schizophrenia, from the time he was young. Now, what's the evidence of that? Well, first you have the testimony of 3 experienced psychiatrists.
Lastly, in the prosecution's closing remarks, the prosecutor gave a very passionate speech about how the evidence proved the opposite. How Philip Chisholm actively and knowingly committed this heinous murder and did so with no remorse.
Ladies and gentlemen, the terrible, horrible events of October 22nd, 2013 didn't unfold in a screen capture. They didn't unfold in a still image. They happened in real time, in real life, in a place at a time, at Danvers High School, in the middle of what should have been a normal day, in the middle of the afternoon. And make no mistake, they didn't happen to Philip Chisholm. He did these terrible things to Colleen Ritzer, and she was only 24 years old. And the only still image that matters in this case is the image of Colleen in the woods. The image that the defendant painted of Colleen stripped, battered, brutalized, and violated, framed by the fallen fence. The defendant's school bag discarded nearby, with his ID like some kind of terrible signature. That is the only still image in this case that tells you what was happening in the mind of Philip Chisholm on October 22nd, 2013. And that's the image that Dr. Dudley, despite his thorough preparation, never considered. Because what did he say about the sexual aspect of this crime? Well, it left him with a lot of questions. Questions he didn't do much to answer. Because there were no answers in the only sources of information he actually relied on. What the defendant told him and what the defendant's mother told him. Because, ladies and gentlemen, let's be clear, that is the sole basis for Dr. Dudley's opinion. If Philip Chisholm didn't start hearing voices when he's 10, then there is no evidence that Philip Chisholm began experiencing psychosis at 10. And if Philip Chisholm wasn't hearing voices, and the only basis I would suggest to you of that opinion was Philip Chisholm, then Philip Chisholm isn't mentally ill. Early onset schizophrenia. What did Dr. DeVere tell you? And let's be very clear, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. DeVere has never met Philip Chisholm. Dr. DeVere has never evaluated Philip Chisholm. Dr. DeVere has no opinion about Philip Chisholm. And Dr. DeVere told you the frequency of early onset schizophrenia is 1 in 10,000, less than 1%. And you heard from the people in Tennessee. Wonderful, loving people with background in child development. They didn't see anything. Going to your friend's house because your family is chaotic is not coping with a mental illness. It's a survival skill by a teenager growing up in less than ideal circumstances.
And the jury agreed. So in the end, Philip Chisholm was found guilty on almost every count. The only charge they did not find him guilty on was the second charge of rape, which was related to the assault that she'd experienced in the woods.
Our family would like to thank the jury for their fair and careful consideration of the evidence and overwhelming facts presented during the past few weeks. While we are pleased with the verdict, we are aware the judicial process will continue. Appeals will certainly be filed, and given the state's guidelines for so-called juvenile sentencing, we may be forced to once again publicly endure this pain, suffering the parole hearings. This guilty verdict, while the beginning of justice for Colleen, is certainly no cause for celebration, as there can never be true justice for the crime committed. There remains a tremendous and painful absence in our lives, one that, sadly, can never be replaced. Our family enters a new phase in our lives, one that we have no choice but to begin. However, we do so knowing the remarkable difference Colleen made in her short life and continues to make in the lives of so many.
Now, I'm sure you're wondering, but Philip was being tried as an adult for the charge of murder, but for the charges of rape and robbery, he was being tried as a juvenile. But just 2 months after Colleen's murder, the Supreme Judicial Court of Massachusetts ruled that minors cannot be sentenced to life in prison without parole. So Philip ended up receiving a sentence that Colleen's family find to be incredibly unfair. And before he was officially sentenced, 9 people read victim impact statements just begging the judge to prosecute him to the fullest extent of the law, but that still didn't feel like enough. In the end, on the charge of first-degree murder, Philip was sentenced to life in prison with parole eligibility in 25 years. And on the charges of rape and robbery, he was sentenced to an additional 40 years each to be served concurrently. So because of this, he will be officially eligible for parole in 40 years.
And her killer, Philip Chisholm, stood silent as the judge sentenced him to life in prison. But because he was only 14 years old when he committed this crime, there is the possibility that he could get parole in 38 years. I'm David Wade.
I'm Lisa Hughes. Colleen Ritzer's loved ones are determined to make sure that does not happen. Christina Hager is live for us tonight in Salem. Christina?
Well, Lisa, 9 of Colleen Ritzer's friends and family members sat right next to the judge and described this loss, described what life is like without Ritzer, who's been referred to as a bright light over and over again. And then Judge David Lowy came back with his sentence.
For the period of not less than 40 years and not
Philip Chisholm will serve 40 years in prison before he gets a chance for parole. His mother broke down in tears on hearing it. The parent of the Danvers High School math teacher he murdered had asked for more.
And the gaping hole in our lives will never be filled.
This victim impact statement as an image of Colleen Ritzer and her siblings shown overhead. Her mother brought Colleen's jar stuffed with happy memories she'd jotted down daily until the day she was killed.
He is pure evil, and evil can never be rehabilitated.
You must imprison this killer for the rest of his life.
Colleen's brother described the agony of knowing how she suffered as Chisholm, her own student and only 14 at the time, raped, strangled, and stabbed her.
Put this animal behind bars for the maximum possible sentence. Do not give this coward the opportunity to shatter another family's lives.
Chisholm watched without expression as tearful friends described the loss. The fellow teacher seen in surveillance during the trial with Colleen in her last moments alive.
I miss her friendship. I miss Colleen.
Chisholm will be 54 when he gets his first chance at freedom. Cuffed and led out in front of Colleen's family in her favorite color, pink. His mother leaving without a word.
Ultimately, Philip will be eligible for parole when he's in his 50s, which is something that Colleen's family definitely does not agree with. And I know people have a lot of different opinions when it comes to child murderers. So I definitely want to hear your thoughts on this. It just broke my heart to hear this, but Peggy says that she has trouble even leaving the house because pretending to be happy is so difficult. I don't know how you would ever pretend to be happy or to find happiness again after something so horrific happens to your child, to your baby. I don't think I would ever recover. No mother, no person should ever have to feel like that. It is just beyond devastating.
The trial is over, but the heartache continues for family and friends of Colleen Ritzer, who was raped and killed by Philip Chisholm in 2013. Chisholm was sentenced Friday to 40 years in prison, at which point he will become eligible for parole.
We are devastated and feel betrayed with Judge Lowy's inability to give 3 consecutive life sentences without the eligibility of parole.
Just 2 months after their daughter was killed, the Supreme Judicial Court decided juveniles who deliberately commit heinous crimes cannot be sentenced to life without parole. The Essex District Attorney said this decision redefines justice for families like the Ritzers.
They move forward knowing that at some point in time, they will sit at a parole board hearing, perhaps multiple times, and return to the most horrific and devastating event of their lives.
Peggy Ritzer said as she and her husband age, the burden of those hearings will fall on Colleen's siblings. But the family made it clear that at every future parole hearing, their voice and Colleen's voice will be heard.
We pledge, as Colleen's loved ones, to apply the same vigor for life that Colleen demonstrated every day to righting this moral wrong.
Now, Philip's mom, Diana, has also released a statement, and this is what it says. Words can't express the amount of pain and sorrow these last 2.5 years have been. However, there is no one who has suffered more than the Ritzer family. My utmost esteem, prayers, and humble respect is with them today as they continue their journey to heal. And she's absolutely right. No one has suffered more here than the Ritzer family, and what they have been through is something that no family should ever have to go through. And what's horrible at the end of the day is no justice will ever bring Colleen back. And they did end up filing a civil lawsuit against Danisco Design, which is the architecture company that designed the section of the school where she was killed, as well as the security system that was put in place. They felt that it failed to protect their daughter because of security flaws that were overlooked, and I could not agree more. In 2022, the company agreed to settle the case for an undisclosed amount, and the Ritzer family did say that they felt they got answers to their questions regarding school security at Danvers High School. Their goal has always been justice and to make sure that nothing like this happens to another person again. And for as unimaginably painful as all of this has been for them, they have tried to follow Colleen's lead and do what she would have wanted, which is try to see the positive. So in the wake of her murder, the Ritzer family created the Colleen E. Ritzer Memorial Fund, which is a nonprofit organization to carry on Colleen's legacy through a handful of different initiatives. The Colleen E. Ritzer Memorial Scholarship was established by their family to benefit students in the Andover and Danvers area who demonstrate a passion for teaching, academic excellence, and also love of family. Family and teaching were two of Colleen's biggest passions, and so they wanted to give back to students who share in those passions. They have an Aspiring Teacher Scholarship, an Inspire Kindness Scholarship, as well as a graduate school scholarship. And in the 11 years since they created it, they have awarded scholarships to 114 recipients with over $593,000 granted. The impact that they are making for future teachers in Colleen's honor, in her memory, I just have the utmost respect for it. That's why today I wanted to support their mission by making a donation to the Colleen E. Ritzer Memorial Fund on behalf of this channel so that we can help them to support teachers in Colleen's honor. But that's actually not all that they do. Another one of their initiatives is the Step Up for Colleen 5K walk/run. Colleen's friends and family created this 5K to celebrate Colleen's life and honor all that she did to inspire others. And this event really seeks to bring the community together and bring a sense of goodwill to those who come together in honor of Colleen. The proceeds raised by this event are then used for the scholarship, and it's a way for everyone to really be involved in every aspect of what they're doing. And so if maybe you live in the area and you want to support, that would be a great way to get involved. And another one of their initiatives, which I mentioned at the beginning of this episode, is Kindness for Colleen. A very good friend of hers, Jen, recognized that the anniversary of her death should not be a day to mourn, but instead should be a day to honor Colleen's life. And what better way to remember who she was and to honor her than to be kind to others, which is what Colleen was all about.
I think anyone who's kind of gone through a loss the way that we lost Colleen has probably felt kind of some level of, you're out of control. There's nothing you can do. The person was there one day and they're gone the next. And I know I was hurting, but I also realized that it wasn't just me that was hurting at that time. It was the Danvers community, the Andover community. There were people who didn't even know Colleen who I think felt the impact of her death because they learned her story and were really touched by it. So I wanted to create a day.
Today, people all over the state really focused on doing good deeds in memory of a teacher who was killed at Danvers High School.
This campaign is called Kindness for Colleen, and friends and family members say it is just what she would have wanted.
And I chose to do the Day of Kindness on the anniversary of her passing because we can focus on the fact that she's gone, or we can focus on the fact that she lived. And I wanted to be able to really funnel my energy towards remembering my friend in the way that I remember her, which is not the way necessarily the news was portraying her when she had passed. And it's not about how she died. It was really about how wonderful and beautiful of a person she was and how she made people feel.
So every October 22nd is Kindness for Colleen Day, where they encourage people to do that random act of kindness. And if you are tuning in the day that this episode goes live, it is October 22nd, and it's a great day to do that act of kindness for Colleen. And if you plan to, or maybe you've already done something kind today, I would love to hear about it in the comments. And I thought this was so cool, but they have these cards that you can print out and give to people to encourage them to take part as well. And if you want to take it a step further and share that act of kindness while also encouraging others to participate in Kindness for Colleen Day, you can use the hashtag Kindness for Colleen on social media. And I'm sure if you did, I know that would mean a lot to her loved ones. Now, as I mentioned earlier, Philip recently pleaded guilty to the attempted murder of the DYS worker. And for that, he received an additional 17 to 20 years, which will also be served concurrently. All I've got to say is that at the end of the day, the Ritzer family has been through more pain than they should have ever had to endure in their lifetime for absolutely no reason. I mean, this was so unnecessary, so brutal, it's hard to even find the words. It's evil. And I just hope the justice system recognizes that.
Colleen, come on. I'm trying. Okay, ready? Laura can do it. Fine, just Lou's better than you. You need to back up too, because it's too close. Okay, and go.
That was it. She was going to be a teacher, and she never. I don't think she ever thought about doing anything else because we'd be like, well, teachers don't necessarily make a lot of money.
I used to give her a hard time. You sure that's what you want to do? Because you're not going to make a lot.
And you're going to work a lot. And
it's a lot of work, and she gets so mad at me. Like, that's what they want to do. Don't discourage it, and just ask it.
She would create a test, and she'd be like, "Hey, Laura, can you take my test to see if it's too hard or too easy, or if they'll like it, or if they won't understand it?" So I used to have to take some of her math tests to see how her students would react to it.
So you two were like guinea pigs with her.
Yeah. Sometimes. Oh, yeah.
I don't think she ever asked me to do it. She probably knew I wouldn't succeed at it regardless.
Pauline was sharp enough to know who might have needed some help, jumped right in and would help those that were in need of help.
She would have these huge binders, like the biggest ones, the like really big ones, full of lesson plans.
She started bringing the fun aspects of it in. So she was, saying when it was Pi Day and where she would find just a funny math, joke type of geeky thing.
Every day in class would share a quote or a little picture of the day, depending on whatever season it was.
When the math was tough or hard or didn't seem to make any sense, it didn't feel like something that we couldn't figure out.
These people never knew her, but they so understand who she was and they want to be supportive. To me, that says it all. It says it all. I mean, right there.
But that is all I have for you guys today on this case. I definitely want to hear your thoughts as always, and consider supporting the Ritzer family and the Colleen E. Ritzer Memorial Fund. I will have that linked below. But thank you for joining me today. I will, of course, be back next week to discuss yet another case. And until then, stay safe out there.